thank you all for coming. We welcome those that may be listening online. Thanks for joining us as well. And a reminder for those here that mobile phones, if you could switch them off, as they can interfere with our recording. And that's open the meeting and welcome. Please be seated. I got one apology. Councillor Cox is an apology. Declaration of interest. Any declaration of interest? Councillor Dawkins. 9.3. Thank you. Any others? No. Confirmation of the minutes. Somebody happy to move the minutes held on 21st of April. Councillor Harris and seconded Councillor Spencer. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is all councillors present. 5.1 Council Workshop Report. Moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Sauer. Do you wish to speak to it, Deputy?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Wanted to issue I guess a big thank you with regards to the item homelessness in Launceston discussions. There have been some incredible undertakings from our organisation in the last 2 weeks, over the last 2 weeks, led by the General Manager Dan Ryan, together with staff and the acting CEO of the time, Shane Eberhardt, and the outcomes of those, the short-term measures, together with the long-term focus of restructuring the council committee, tightening the governance, as well as the provision of dignity provisions in the form of toilets, showers and the like, has been warmly received by the sector, warmly received and supported by Tasmania Police, and importantly, warmly received from the homeless people themselves. I think it speaks volumes to the way that we as an organisation have been able to demonstrate our intentions of wanting to work collaboratively. Obviously, a significant outline of what we're intending to do is contained within the responses to public question time in the next item on the agenda. This was unpacked to councillors at the workshop as listed on the 5th of May, and obviously plenty to do in the space. And Mayor, we look forward to working collaboratively with the state government to ensure the provision of emergency crisis accommodation and, importantly, more housing for those that are finding themselves homeless in our community. But I just wanted to take the opportunity, all of the things that we're doing are outlined in the next agenda item, but to publicly thank Dan and our staff for the work that they were able to achieve in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Deputy. Councillor Sauer? Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is all councillors present. That is carried. Move on to community reports. So Ben Clark, is Ben and Julie Sanderson. Are they here? Yep.
Yeah, we're here, yep.
Good on you. I can't see you.
How you going? Okay. Thanks so much for having us here. We're here to talk to you about the 50 Ways to Do More Good campaign. I'll just give you a really quick overview of our work at Red Cross as well. So we're a global and independent network of over 12 million active volunteers and 450,000 staff in 192 countries. Thank you. Yeah, cheers. Thanks very much. A statistic that I find staggering is that 1 in 12 people around the world receive some form of assistance from Red Cross. We haven't experienced such a need for our services since wartime, so definitely in high demand. In Australia, we have 18,000 volunteers and 1,300 in Tassie, delivering a whole range of really important community programs. In Tasmania, our formal volunteer programs include Delivered Meals, which delivered over 64,000 meals last year to those needing help. Wellbeing calls, transport, retail, social inclusion programs for the elderly people and people with mental health condition and newly arrived migrants. I'll just hand over to Julie now.
Thanks, Ben. So I'm Julie with the Red Cross, and as Ben said, we're launching this initiative, 50 Ways to Do More Good. So we do all of our formal programs really well. The opportunity now is for broader community action. So we want people taking action in their own time based on their own interests. We think this is really significant for council. So when people do these things, when they welcome new migrants, when they address racism, when they get prepared for emergencies, when they acknowledge our Tasmanian Aboriginal community, and perhaps most importantly, when they get to know their neighbour, we together create a welcoming, inclusive, resilient and vibrant Launceston. 50 Ways to Do More Good empowers people to build their community. So we wanted to bring this to your attention to highlight some of the ways that Red Cross is working with our Launceston community to make a difference, but to give you these suggestions for council to take on board to help build the community that you're all here to deliver.
And we're launching this piece of work and the 50 Ways to Do More Good catalogue as part of our Hands Up for Humanity event right out here in Civic Square on the 17th of May, Tuesday in 2 weeks' time. We'd really love to see you all there, and a thank you to the Mayor for coming along to launch that for us on the day. And yeah, we'd really love to carry on this conversation with Council about how we can work with you and local communities to get more people out in the community doing some great work. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation, but also for the work you do in the community, and all the best with that. I'm sure it's going to go very, very well.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Good. We go to public question time. The Deputy did steal a bit of my thunder, which is okay, because I was going to mention there the homeless one, but to thank the Deputy for chairing the meeting, in particular last meeting, as well, as I was obviously homebound, but also to thank our staff. I think their response was fantastic, very prompt. And I too have had positive feedback from a number of the charities, but also from a few of the homeless people. So that's great to have that feedback, and to others have had that, so fantastic. So public question time is there without notice then? Hello, Gus. Oh, sorry.
Mayor, hello, councillors. I have three questions today, Mr Mayor, if I may.
Yeah,
it's all to do with, surprising enough, energy. My first question is, could we be provided with an audit on how the performance of the solar panels are affecting the council's budget at the Aquatic Centre, please?
We'll take that on notice. Yep, we can do that.
I think it's time that an audit was taken to see how that performance is.
Yep, that'll be done.
In leading to that, I was wondering, and it's probably a question to the CEO, have we heard any more from the proponents of the new generation for Duck Reach? There's been a restructure of that company. I believe there is $2.6 million in their budget for that item, but I just wondered to Michael whether we've seen any further information from them.
Yep, CEO.
Thanks. Rather than shaking my head to answer, I can say no, we haven't actually heard from them for quite some time, so we can certainly reach out to see where they're at this stage. So.
Thank you. And in adding on to that, I would like to take the opportunity of thanking the council and the council officers for their support to the Duck Reach Engineering Heritage Museum. We have a budget of $110,000, thanks to a combination...
This is question time, just be aware of that. So your next question? Please.
Yeah, I realise it's a question adding on from the Duck Reach, and I'd just like to thank councillors for their support. I think it's important to thank the people and the team behind that, because it's been 12 years it's taken us to get the ducks in row. And we do have the ducks in row, and if anybody would like to give me a ring, I can take them and show them the equipment that's going to go in.
Yeah, next question, thank you.
The following question is to do with the agenda item on today regarding the Albert Hall. My question is on the roof line. I notice on the planning in the detail of the roof line, I'm not an architect, but is there 30 panels on the solar part of the plan? And have we done an energy production of that solar proposed? And now we've spent the money on the heating within the hall. I see it integral that we actually know at this stage of when that is applicable to the planning approval, or whether it's going to be the subject of a new DA when we get to that. And I would like that clarified before I talk to the motion, to the planning.
Can someone answer that now, or Michael or Dan?
Good afternoon. Good morning. We'll just need to take that one on notice, but we'll certainly respond.
Yeah, but he wants an answer before the council agenda
sorry.
item. That's the issue, which won't happen.
No.
Oh, wait.
So I can't tell you exactly how many off the top of my head, but the recommendation to the Planning Authority today is to endorse the plans as presented, as proposed and advertised a few weeks ago.
And I think, say the meeting, that Richard and them can go through it with you privately out there if you don't mind. But Gus and try and work through with you there.
Sorry.
No, Richard's behind you.
Yeah, Richard,
He'll go through the plan with you after now. Just go, if you can go out there quietly and talk to it together, that'll be good.
Oh, right, and then I can come and talk again.
Yep, you can when we're up, which is not far away, unfortunately.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions on the Albert Hall. The first one is from the third clause in today's
Just
report.
state your name and address. State your name and address for the records, please. Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, Jim Dickinson, 261 West Hamer Road. The first question is clause 3 in the report. Head is perforated metal screens. I just wondered why that item in particular has been picked out for special attention, why it has to be presented to the manager of city development prior to approval. It seems a funny one.
Yeah,
So, well,
I think the council have heard your question and that'll be discussed during the debate on the item.
yeah, I can really hardly hear you. Sorry.
I said councillors have heard the question and that'll come up in the debate during the item.
No, well, it won't actually, because it's a specific item in the report. It's not something to be discussed as part of the development. It's a specific question for now.
We'll take it on notice then, thank you. Take the question on notice.
Well, that's no good because you're debating the matter
Yeah, well, you
later
said it's
on.
not relevant, so that's okay.
On the northeastern aspect of the development, there is a huge triangular roof. You might all visualise from looking at the drawings from the last few weeks. It's a huge triangular roof. It's about 400 metres squared, which is about the size of 2 houses. If it was 2 houses, there'd be at least 2, maybe 3 or 4 downpipes. This proposal, there's only 1 downpipe from that huge area, and it's all collected in the pointy end. So can somebody guarantee that that won't be a problem?
Sure. Dan? Guarantee.
I must say that the building has been designed by architects and engineers, so we can take that on notice and check that that's been appropriately considered, but our expectations, I must say, of course, that we would expect it to manage the volume of water.
Yeah, that's,
Thank you.
that's not really an answer. It's
Yeah,
size
thank
of
you.
2 houses with all the water ending up at a point.
Thank you. We've noticed that and he said...
Unless that is resolved, that the whole problem, the whole project is dodgy.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Any other questions? Thank you. So under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to the items included in agenda item 9, Planning Authority. So we now have 9.1. We do have some speakers for 9.1. So Christopher Green, is he ready to speak? Thank you. You time?
Here I am again.
Yeah, good on you. You've got 2 minutes.
Hey, 2 minutes. Where are we? Is that added into the 2 minutes?
No, starting right now.
Mr Mayor, look, I don't know everybody's seen my representation rig down the roof line of the Albert Hall. And the Albert Hall was built for the exhibition. That's the exhibition roof line. Isn't it beautiful? Well, I think today we could really improve the energy efficiency of the roof extension of the Albert Hall to the City Park. And I really think that if we look at this plan and we look at the way it's faced, it would give us the 32 degrees that we require for the maximum efficiency of solar generation, which I believe I see Councillor over here. He wanted to see the fully efficiency of the energy for the city completed by 2025. I think your goal was it, when you made the statement about Duck Reach and what? Anyway, figures. But I see it's just a wonderful opportunity for us to maximise the maximum power we can get into the Albert Hall because of your increase in the heating that you've done. And it would give us a connection to the Tasmanian exhibition that we've all got to respect, put Launceston on the map. And our forefathers in this chamber would have done that, not in actually this chamber, but in this part, and 1891. And I would like to see consideration by the council for a discussion regarding the roof line and the maximum efficiency that we as a city can get out of the roof line. I think it'd be wonderful for the city, and I also think moving the dolphin fountain into the forecourt of the lawn area would be a wonderful thing for the city as well. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Dear Jim Dickinson, 261 West Hamer Road. With respect, I imagine many councillors might have trouble reading, understanding the drawings, especially in this case, it's the very last building reduced to A4. The architect no doubt talked you through the plans, especially the good bits, such as the northern Cemetery Street end with its attractive coloured sketch, but he may not have said much about that dreadful southern Monkey Park end. There's no sketch of that anyway. Councillor, you're probably not fully aware that this southern end is just a backyard, it's just a void. It's a dark 2-storey high windowless wall. It's just a cliff face, a flat cement sheet painted dark grey. It's appalling. It's also named back of house on the drawings. So the architects know it's not too good, but have councillors realised that yet? This potentially is the best area in the whole development to establish a wonderful relationship with City Park. The space should be light-filled function room with glass walls, providing fantastic views out across the landscape, or even a first floor terrace, providing a delightful breakout conference space. But there's nothing there, councillors. It's left unused, it's wasted, it's a void. But it gets worse. A false screen is shown on the drawings on the east elevation to hide this wasteland from view, from park users. But it gets even worse. A wall is normally the front of a building, the front of a room. But this wall is in front of nothing. It's in front of a void. It's fake, it's false, there's nothing there. There's also no notation on the plans for this false wall. It seems as if it's being kept secret. So, without repeating anything that I've said, you've got this big void, a big hole at the back of the building. It's surrounded by a vertical, blank, grey painted, flat cement sheet wall. That's dreadful, yes. So I'm assuming there are at least 6 councillors who are seriously listening and absorbing what I'm saying, and will no doubt debate and consider this application accordingly. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Any other speakers for item 9.1? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for the contributions by Mr Green and Mr Dickinson. And again, I'm interested in comments made in regard to the roof line and the ability to capture the water. Again, I suspect that's a construction issue anyway in relation to whether the water can drain off there. But again, we've had engineers and architects, and I would hope that they would know what they were doing in designing something to follow the water. Look, I'm excited about what's been put forward in the DA. It's been through a very rigorous process. It's been backwards and forwards to council 2 or 3 times. It's been tested with a lot of users of the Albert Hall, and I think through your voice, your Launceston as well, there have been questions asked. So there has been a consultation process, even though there are some that have indicated they don't know where that consultation process came from, but there has been significant consultation in regards to it. I guess to me the most important aspect of this whole thing was actually improving the Albert Hall itself without taking away from its heritage and historical context. So there's a lot of work done in stages 1 and 2 of the Albert Hall redevelopment, which are actually going to improve the function and form of the building from within, such as heating and lighting and acoustics and a number of other things which I think were raised in some representations because they weren't obviously seen in their representations. The most important thing is that it's a very historic building, and therefore we need to make sure we preserve the historic context of it, being the Albert Hall itself. But moreover, there's a city park that sits beside it which has a historic context associated with it too, and our heritage listings. So ensuring that we pay homage to all of those issues in relation to the building design and how it relates to the city park is something that's been central and critical to the conversations that have been going on throughout this process. A number of representatives raised comment about the conservation, or a representative made representation about the 2021 Conservation Management Plan, which actually hasn't been endorsed by council, and I think it's been well commented on in the answer to that, and it was commented on in the first paragraph, I think, of the commentary, but all of the reference have been made back to the City Park Conservation Management Plan 2006, so that's where it's all been represented back to. So I'm comfortable that that's being looked at, and therefore putting it back in context with the best historical context that we've got in regards to that. In relation to the Albert Hall, I know Councillor Walker will raise and talk about how this is better than the other building, and that shouldn't be part of the conversation, and I actually agree with him in regards to that. But it isn't about whether this is better than the other building, it's actually how it references to the Albert Hall itself and how it blends in with the city park, which are 2 major draw cards for this city. So in going through this process, the architects have listened, taken on board through the management of Sam Tucker and his team to make sure that we've tried to bring to account all of those issues associated with it. Being an asset owned by the city, we've sublet the review of the development application to another party, a third party, to give us distance from the actual DA itself, and has come back with the recommendations that he's come back with. Mr Dickinson, I know, came and spoke to us at a couple of meetings ago and raised a number of issues. I think that there are some that are internal to the building, and from what I understand, there are still some conversations that can continue on in relation to some of those matters. But when it comes to the structure and the DA, pretty well we've landed where we've landed with the DA, and that's what we're making decisions about today. Tasmanian Heritage Council have been actively engaged in the process and have actually stated that they want to have some part in the review of aspects where it relates to the Albert Hall itself as part of the development, and therefore there are conditions in there where we need to have on board a consultant heritage architect to assist us with some of those things. So I'm very comfortable that we've got that in place. And I think the consultant planner has also indicated in some issues where we need to make reference back to a consultant planner which is outside the Heritage Architects remit under the Heritage Council. So in my view, this is a very important building in Launceston. It's a very important city park in Launceston, probably the 2 most significant assets that we actually own, and therefore I'm very comfortable to make sure that I'm very concerned to make sure that we get it right. And I guess my major issue when I looked at it was actually the increased massing of the extension that we had, where it sort of creeps out into the park a bit further than the current one. Having been on site and looked at where roughly those guidelines are, I'm very comfortable it'll actually relate better to the park.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Your time's up. Do you need an extension?
Moment or two, yes.
Move Councillor Soward, seconded Councillor Dakin. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. You have 3 more.
Thank you very much. So then it comes to, I think, a comment also made by Mr Dickinson in regards to the fabric around the outside of the building and the fact that it needs to be brought back and agreed before it's actually placed on the building, which is the metal sheeting with the sort of dappling effect that sort of transcends into it. And I'm comfortable with that on the basis that when that comes back and there's a representation, or there's a concept of what that looks like, that we actually will get a chance as council to actually look at that again. If there's significant variation from the intent of the design, then we'll end up needing to it'll either be a minor variation or it'll end up coming back to us for further review under DA. But this has been a very robust process. I think what the City of Launceston will get out of this with this development will be a more functional Albert Hall that will actually come about by getting better usage of the building because of its heating, its lighting, its acoustics, and a number of other things, which I think were the fundamental issues where this all started from. And I think the annex that's being designed to go on there will actually be more functional and be more usable for more things for Launceston. And hopefully what that will mean is more people in Launceston will actually get to utilise and enjoy the services of the Albert Hall. So I endorse this DA today.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Mayor. I will be supporting this today. The major reasons: the hall probably doesn't get used enough. With extra heating and new lighting, people will probably use it, and that's what we want. All the heritage conditions will be met, which is what I like, and toilets will be upgraded, which they've needed for a long time. So I'll be fully supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Soward.
Thanks, Mayor, and I think Councillor Mackenzie summed it up really, really well. Just the couple of other things I wanted to add was I think it's really important. Sometimes when we deal with something on the council agenda, I think there might be a perception out there that it's a very, very new thing. There has been a significant amount of work over a significant period of time. Councillors have received briefings on what's been planned. That's obviously been on the record at workshop reports that have been presented here in open council. So I think that's a really, really critical thing. What we're dealing with today isn't just something that's just been developed in the last little while. There have been issues raised or queries raised as a result of people like Mr Dickinson and others who've contacted councillors or council, and those things have been followed up and addressed. I think Councillor Spencer touched on it in his remarks, Mr Mayor, and that is that there have been a lot of things come to individual councillors, I'm sure. I can only speak for myself, but I know that people have talked about the necessity of upgrading the facility, updating the facility critically. Mr Green, in his remarks, talked about how important the Albert Hall is in our city, and I don't think anyone would argue with that. Historically important, but continuing to be important. And with that, it goes hand in hand that things must move forward. I've attended events, Mr Mayor, like you have and other councillors have there, where I guess what's been there has been a little bit behind the 8 ball as far as being able to provide things. I remember attending, I think it may have been representing the council at the World Fly Fishing Championships dinner, where food is sort of trucked in and carted around people, and that's because the facilities that are there aren't able to cope with what's demanded today. There's been a lot of work gone into it. It's a really, really important piece of work. As I said, I'm not going to repeat what others have said, but look forward to other speakers, but look forward to the matter being progressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Question, Councillor Walker?
Thank you. Mayor, if I may start with our CEO, can you explain the process that we went by in order to get to this point, i.e. in terms of creating a commission for this development and the brief, I suppose, because, of course, early on when this money was allocated towards this, it was about a refurbishment of the Albert Hall, and indeed, looking at ways in which the hall itself could be augmented to cater for more varied events and things like that. But at some point, a commission was made. And who made that commission, and what was the parameters around that?
CEO.
Explain the question more, Mayor. So what's the actually... You're referring to a commission. I don't understand what you're actually talking about.
I'm referring to the awarding of the design process to...
General Manager will answer that.
Thank you.
Shane, thank you.
Well, firstly, the question, and I'll provide an answer, is not particularly relevant to the Planning Authority on how we got here. It's a council project and you're sitting here as a Planning Authority determining the merits of the project. In terms of how we got here, there was a tender, an external tender, open tender process, which invited architects to put in submissions. It went through a process which included the University of Tasmania, academics, as well as Heritage Council, and that was actually presented to a council workshop, and from there we appointed the architects.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I will challenge that it's not... I understand fully that we sit as a planning authority, but I suppose hopefully some of the things I say later may shed some light onto why that may be relevant to us sitting as a planning authority. More questions, please, if I may, Mayor. If I could just ask about the listing itself of not just Albert Hall, but the park as well. Are planning officers able to delineate or distinguish, because it is listed as one lot, if you like, I suppose, just to clarify...
Is that heritage listing you're talking about? Or?
Heritage listing, yeah. It's both listed on the state register as well as locally listed, although I believe perhaps the hall itself is not locally listed and the park is, but I know it's also been on the national register, and that's something that's no longer relevant. Thank you.
Ashley.
So the entire site, the whole title is on the local list and the planning scheme. There's also a consolidated listing for the City Park and Albert Hall on the Tasmanian Heritage Register as well. And it's not on a national, like the National Heritage List or the Commonwealth Heritage List. So it's a local and a state listing.
Thank you.
So now I'd just like to ask, how does that relate then to the 1980s extension that's earmarked if this development application is successful to be demolished? What status does that have inside that listing?
Ashley, can you answer?
Well, the status of the demolition, that it's got to be, it's the heritage provisions of the planning scheme and the Heritage Council's requirements apply because the works are happening within a heritage listed place.
Thank you. No further questions, Councillor Walker?
Not at this stage.
Have a speaker, Councillor Dakin.
Thank you, Mayor. The Albert Hall, my favourite building in Launceston, Mayor, is absolutely lovely. I've loved it for 43 years now, and I can tell the speakers and also the gallery today that this has been a 3.5-year process. I think one of our first meetings as a new councillor was we were briefed on the Albert Hall and potential redesign. I think from there we've had numerous meetings with designers and architects along the way, and I can say personally I've been a pretty harsh critic along the journey of some materials that we're proposing to use, some of the design concepts, but I stand here today very confident and very comfortable that knowing that we've been involved in the process from day one. And I'd just like to thank Scott Barnford and Sam Tucker in taking us through that journey, because I do believe they have listened to us all along the way. This is we're now looking to integrate the Albert Hall and the park together. We've got a beautiful park and we've got a lovely Albert Hall, so being able to bring those two together, I think is going to increase the usage of those two assets. And to repeat words of a former councillor, now MP, Mrs Jamie Finlay, the best way to preserve heritage is to use it. And I think by doing this development, we will definitely be using the Albert Hall a lot more in many years to come. So I stand here and support the application.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Mayor, and I certainly do appreciate the words of Councillor Dakin. I too think that there's many aspects to this design which will enhance the use of the hall, which is a great thing. The design itself, I think, is a great design, but I'm not convinced that it's in the right location, and I'm also not convinced that it does pay due homage to the park itself, which is also listed. There's many things to like about it, and I'm sure that most people would agree with that. We have been through a rigorous process, but that process has been somewhat skewed, I suppose, towards an outcome that matches the money that was available for this development. I note that the architect who did the heritage impact assessment has been involved in design competitions in Hobart for the female factory, for example. And that seems to be, when it comes to these types of sensitive developments, something that could be seen as appropriate to reach out further into the community. And this is why, to General Manager Eberhard, I am asking about that process behind how this has come about, because I know we have one plan before us, and that's what we're voting on today, and that's part of our job as a planning authority. But I have to decide whether that plan also meets the requirements of the local provisions for the Heritage Code in Launceston. Now, that's something I'll get to soon, but I just wish to finish this section by saying that, yes, Lucy Burke-Smith has been involved in those design competitions. It has produced excellent results. It's something that, you can see from other parts of Australia as well, when there's been such a sensitive subject matter, that you do look for alternative solutions. And indeed, if we did have a competition, we might have been provided with those. Some that met those local provisions better than I think this does. Some that reached a point where they interacted with the park and paid homage to the park in a different way than this does. I accept that this is a good building. If this building is completed, it will solve a lot of problems. It will make the hall more useful. People will enjoy its ambience and its presence. But I'm not convinced that we have, through the Heritage Impact Assessment, that we have actually addressed some of the issues there. And the reason I asked the question about the 1986 extension and its inclusion in the listing is because continually in the impact assessment we're comparing what is designed with what is already there, and we're saying, well, this won't be quite as high as what is currently there. And I think it's important for councillors to remove the existing building from their deliberations. We're reminded that we sit as a planning authority. We're here to look at the plans that are presented, not the plans for the building that's about to be removed. I cannot understand why that would be a justification for some of these heritage assessments. If we look at the height of the building and the bulk of the building, we're told that it's comparable with that of the existing 1980s extension. In other sections, we're told, it actually is slightly lower than parts of that, but it's also slightly higher in other parts. But is that a justification for our heritage code to be using that previous building as a litmus test? I don't think it is, and I find that problematic. And that essentially is part of the assessment, the planning assessment that we make today. We've been giving this justification, talking about the front, side and rear setbacks. Again, the siding of the proposed addition is comparable with that of the existing 1980s extension. In fact, it goes further than the 1980s extension. It may be comparable if comparable means that one is bigger than the other. I'm not sure if that's comparable. You could say that a skyscraper is comparable with a cottage, I suppose. They're comparable. But one is definitely got a larger footprint than the other. And yet we're using that as a justification for this to match the particular objectives of our local planning scheme and our local planning code. And I find that really concerning. I would love to see, in 40 years' time, that this building doesn't suffer the same fate as what the current extension is about, if this is approved today.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Your time's up. Would you like an extension?
Thank you, Mayor. I would.
Move Councillor Soward, second Councillor Dakin. All those in favour? That's passed. Carried. Thank you.
How much is that? You've given me
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to think that this building will last more than 40 years. I mean, 40 years ago, councillors were no doubt sitting around this table, aldermen as they were then, approving this particular development, but here we have that this is being removed. Now, I'm no big fan of what is there. I can see its merits and otherwise, but I'm concerned that what we've been presented with today is being justified against our planning scheme by the building that we're about to remove. That's something that I hope councillors will consider in their deliberations. I'm conflicted too, because I want to see our city move forward. I want to see an exciting development like this take place. But I'm not sure that this building, in terms of forgetting about the 1980s building, in terms of itself, its own intrinsic value, really does relate, and it has to its immediate environment, and especially, of course, the park itself. To me, it's a building that could equally have turned up next to a university, perhaps next to a hospital. And it's a great design in many ways. There are some aspects of it which I struggle with, particularly aspects that do impact on the fabric of the Albert Hall itself. For example, the small passageway which will lead from the extension to the foyer of the Albert Hall proper. I find that that is problematic, and it's something that was brought up in deliberations around this table as we were presented these things. It's something that hasn't changed. That iteration is still there. The finishes that are being used, I do struggle with some of them. I know they are only recommended. There's more work to be done in that area. But currently, the finishes, to me, are not something that this particular building, one of the, iconic buildings of Launceston, is necessarily going to be enhanced by. They're not exactly off-the-shelf products, but they're also not highly bespoke products, which would give homage to this building and to the park itself. There's some reflection in these particular finishes that mimic the dappling of light or the ornate ironwork that is also a feature in the park, but it's done so in a fairly prosaic way. What I would love to have seen is something that meets our local heritage code without having to make reference to the existing building, and something that interacts with the park and with its surrounding area in a way that is not in any sense detrimental to the heritage of that area.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Question from Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Mayor. On the context of the comments made by Councillor Walker, could the consultant planner explain how he made the assessment? Was it in relation to the building that we've removed, or in relation to the planning provisions under the Act and the Local Heritage Code?
Thank you. Ashley.
It was in relation to the new building and the compliance with the building with the provisions in the scheme, the local provision schedule. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Priest. Oh, Deputy Mayor, sorry. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks also for those that have spoken before me, and thanks for Mr Green and Mr Dickinson for their representations today, together with those who've taken the time to interrogate the design during the advertising period. I want to start by referencing what I think was quite a robust period of consultation that occurred that sees us arrive at this point with stages 1, 2 and 3 and the recommendations contained within each of those stages. Notwithstanding today that we're looking at stage 3 and indeed referencing the 15 standards that require planning discretion, I think nonetheless that the period of public consultation, the way that we actively engaged with members of the public, with users of the facility, and through Your Voice, Your Launceston, giving the public the opportunity to engage, allowed for people like Mr Green and Mr Dickinson and others to share their passion for the Albert Hall and their desire to ensure that any changes to it, both inside and out, are consistent with the passion that existed in 1891 and indeed continues to this point in time. For me, notwithstanding that Heritage have obviously responded positively, noting those 2 conditions that are contained within the permit, I think it's important to note that what has been designed and what has been proposed and what is contained within the plans today is adding to the fabric, the historical fabric of the building. And notwithstanding some of the comments that have been made, I think it's important for me and for others to be reminded of the Purcell Heritage Impact Assessment document, specifically page 14, that says that any perceptions of encroachment are mitigated by the articulation of the form, the sloping down from the Albert Hall, that is the building proper, to City Park, and to an appropriate setback from Cimetière Street and indeed the northern wing of the Albert Hall. And it goes on, Mayor, and this is important, and it's been important for me and I know others along the way. The height of the proposal is intended to sit below that of the parapet and the cornice line of the eastern elevation and the northwest wing, and below the eaves of the remainder of the, the northern elevation. So this isn't just something that is a piece of modern architecture that's slapped on to the side of the building, as perhaps could have been the case in the 1980s. Indeed, this is something that's gone through a rigorous application to be able to enhance what's already there. And others can say we could have done this and we could have done that. Indeed, we did. We looked at opportunities that things could have been undertaken within the fabric of the hall. And we determined as an organisation that that just was not appropriate. It would cost too much and it would not sit well with regard to the 1891 heritage of the site. So instead we've looked outward and we've looked to what could be done to enhance the functionality, the usability of the site by opening up that connection between the original building and indeed the City Park. And I believe, notwithstanding there could be some spaces that are not as well utilised as they could have been, as is always the case if indeed you had a budget that was never ending. But what I believe we've done through rigorous period of consultation is come up with a design that enhances the fabric, enhances the historical nature of the site and creates a really outstanding addition to the Albert Hall in a way that does not detract but enhances what's there. I note the comments with regard to the condition pertaining to the screening, and I think justification is given with regard to heritage, and certainly some of the people before me have spoken to that. I also note the comment made with regard to the roof line, and I think noting Mr Green's passion for the Albert Hall and its heritage, noting the books that have been published that he's been responsible for, and hearing the comments about the Dolphin Fountain, that's something Mr Tucker and certainly our staff could definitely organise and facilitate a meeting between Mr Green and the architect to take on board those comments. I don't think they fundamentally alter what it is we're being asked to consider today. And I believe, based on the documentation that's been provided, based on the way that the consultant planner has undertaken, I think, a very vigorous approach of the plans that are submitted, and particularly with regard to those 15 standards requiring our discretion today, that this application should be supported wholeheartedly by all councillors around the table.
Thank you. Councillor Proust.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I do indeed support this DA. I think that it's an exciting addition to our People's Hall in Launceston. I think despite the fact that it is a somewhat different looking structure to what is existing there, I think it's going to be something that demonstrates a modern concept, bringing a hall to our century, indeed now. I think it's going to sit nicely in the park. I'm a huge heritage fan in Launceston, and I think by the design of its newness, it will indeed bring a great asset to the side of the building while not trying to look anything like the building, and I think that will be an extreme asset. At the moment, the 80s building that's currently there does have a similar paint colour to our Albert Hall, and it has some arches. And I think that when people add new buildings to the side of significant heritage buildings, I think it is extremely important that it is of a different fabric and a different style so that we can clearly see the delineation of these buildings. I'd just like to acknowledge that only 3 of the 10 trees, what does it say here? 2 of those will be replanted off-site and 1 will be brought back to site. It is a bit disappointing that we are losing any trees, but in order to have the lovely outlook from this new building, it will be important to remove the trees just to help the sides of the building settle into the landscape. There are a few shortfalls in the parking, but I think they've been acknowledged by the existing car parks around the site. And my other concern was the exterior metal drape over the new building, but I think, as Councillor Mackenzie said, as that comes apparent through the build, we'll have a little bit of insight into what that's going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I start with a question, if I may? And it is to the planning consultant. So perhaps he might want to busy himself to come up to the microphone. If a heritage building is heritage listed and it has a 1980s extension, is the extension automatically covered by that listing, or is it in fact just the original building that is covered by a heritage listing?
Ashley.
Well, it's covered because the property is heritage listed.
Right.
But I suppose underlying that in the Tasmanian Heritage Register, their data sheet for it, which is underpinned by the 2006 CMP, that's where it talks about not having high heritage significance. So it's part of the listing because the whole property is listed, but then it talks about the significance of individual elements in the particular listing.
Right, okay, thank you. I just needed to be clear in my own mind.
Do you wish to speak now?
Yep, I'll speak now.
Thank you.
So I won't repeat what everyone else has said. I think, interestingly, how the Heritage Report talks about height, I don't believe it's trying to compare one being better than the other. I think it is merely being quoted to give indication of the actual height in relativity, rather than saying this is lower than the previous one as being a good or a bad thing. I think it's simply to help councillors and anyone reading the reports understand the height of the new extension. The roof lines of the old pavilions, as Gus Green suggested, I looked at what Gus had brought forward, and I'm afraid I really couldn't see those as being an addition, as Councillor Priest said. I think if you're trying to put a modern addition on a heritage building, you are better off making sure that it's a complete break from what was there. And it simply would have been perhaps a few, what they call them, with the windows in the roof, but sawtooth, thank you very much. For the sawtooth roof, I think it really would have just looked like a pimple on a pumpkin and simply would not have been good design. I understand where he's coming from with the fountain, and I'm sure this is not about a fountain for us today. Maybe that could be moved to the forecourt in the future. That really is just something for us to consider in the, as we get to the finer detail. But, and similarly with the metal screens, that is really just detail where the architect will come back to us and say, these are our choices. And I think Councillor Mackenzie compared it to when the pavers were being relayed in Quadrant Mall, that a choice was then made after the development application had been approved to redo the mall as to which of the two pavers we would come up with. So I think overall this is a good development application, good for the city, good for the park, and certainly has my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Question, Councillor Walker?
Yes, as I say, look, I'm certainly in two minds about this, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said, but just in regards to the point that I suppose that I've been labouring to make, under the Heritage Impact Assessment objective in regards to the height and bulk of the buildings, which is 13.6.5, the justification reads that, and this is a question, thank you, Mayor, that in the respect to the organic form of the building, it mitigates the perceptions of both height and bulk, a move which is successful when compared to the mass of the existing addition. I can't say any more clearly than that, I suppose, that the justification is there. Now, I suppose what my question is, to go from Councillor Mackenzie's question to the planner, is that not a justification of the building, comparing it to the 1980s edition?
Thank you.
Thank
Ashley?
you.
That's in the Heritage Impact Assessment, so it's not in the assessment I did of the code. And I mean, they've put that in there for context, no doubt, but I mean, the assessment's undertaken on the building and on its own merits against that standard in the report.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie, wish to close.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks everybody for their contribution. I'd start by just sort of trying to summarise all this, but really going back to where Councillor Dakin came from, this process started 3.5 years ago. So it's not as if we've rushed into this and come up with the quickest and dirtiest thing and the cheapest thing we could come up with to put on the side of the Albert Hall. I think by the passion displayed by the people who've spoken out there, the people who've spoken in this room, that we all love the Albert Hall, we all love the City Park, and whatever decision we're making today is to try and enhance that connection through what we do with this development application today. As Councillor Dakin also said, at the beginning we weren't all in agreement with the direction that the architect was taking it. We set it away, and through a lot of discussions with not just us but other people who are interested in the hall, as in specifically the users of the hall, Your Voice, Your Launceston and others that have shown interest in the project as it's gone along, the architecture has been informed, enhanced, and what we end up with today is a basis of what that's come out from. We've had Heritage TAS look at it, we've had Heritage Architects look at it, we still have their involvement in this process before it's completed, where we assimilate and we bring the two buildings together. There's still got to be some conversations gone to make sure that the architectural aspects meet the heritage requirements of the Act. So I think that, in my view, everything that needs to be done to ensure that we get a good outcome has been done and been dealt with through the process to what's got us here today. Whether we all like the way the building looks or we don't is a matter of, I guess, our own personal views on architecture at the end of the day. And I know that if I sit in my house, I have a conversation with my wife about what something looks good, and I'll have a different view, and that happens every day in every house. And I'm sure around this room here, we'll have different views on different things. I respect that because that actually informs a process, and I think we've been informing the architect as we go along by our own personal prejudices about what we'd like to see in there. So hopefully some of our little thoughts might have crept into that process as we've gone through. But we've had a well-organised system. It's been well managed through the commercial projects team by bringing it back, continually challenging and questioning us as well, are we happy, before we took this to a DA process. So I believe we've gone through an extremely robust process, as we should, in relation to something as important as the Albert Hall and Launceston City and our city park. So I think we've done everything we can humanly do. And to answer a question that Councillor Walker says, in 25 years' time, will somebody think this needs to be changed? The answer is they may. And that's the subject of a future decision that somebody may make. And it happens all the time, unfortunately. What we think today everybody would like and its functionalities...
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Your time is up.
I'll sit down and I'll be voting for it.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's all councillors present. That is carried. Thank you. Go to 9.2. We do have a speaker for 9.2. Ashley Brooke.
Ashley Brooke, 287 Charles Street, Launceston. I speak in support of the recommendation. So Wonderland, the operators of the site, they're a registered provider of a range of supported care services under the NDIS, National Disability Insurance Scheme, with operations also in North Queensland. The use of the site at 16 Clovis Court, though, is residential in nature, and it's categorised as such under the planning scheme. It principally involves short-term supported accommodation and respite, particularly for young people. The provision of daytime and professional care is limited to persons that are already involved in supported accommodation at the site, and similarly administrative activities are directly associated with the residential use as well and therefore treated as incidental. The use of the site as a base for providing services off-site has been transferred to a different location, which is subject of a separate development application. Traffic movements associated with the use are within the capacity of the street. Vehicle trips are limited to those associated with staff members who work on site for shifts that last longer than 8 hours and often overnight as well. And the traffic movements are also attributable to occupants as well. The delivery of supplies, including shopping, is relatively infrequent and typical of a normal household. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers for 9.2? Thank you. So we have 9.2. Somebody happy to move the motion? Amended motion?
The amended motion just takes out item 2, parking prohibition, and therefore 3, 4 and come up to number 2.
Okay, that goes all together. We got that? You happy with that? It's up there, all right. Good, thank you. So you're moving that, Councillor Mackenzie. Seconded. Oh, we have Councillor Dawkins. You wish to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie?
I do, Mayor, thank you. And again, thanks for the contribution made by Ashley in regard to it. I guess we went out there today and within the planning provisions, respite care is seen to be to work within general residential area. I guess the thing, as we've all probably stated in the past, when these things come up, when they're retrospective, nobody likes that. We'd much rather these things be dealt with as part of the process of when businesses move into places. The reason we took out the parking prohibition, the reason for taking it out is simply if people want to park in there, it's better to park in there than to park on the street because it's a cul-de-sac street, so cul-de-sacs and laneways going off there, the compromise that would go. And so if there's parking that is excess within the building itself or within the side of the land, then they're only going to flow out onto the street and make things worse for the other residents of the state. So it didn't make any sense for us, we didn't think. Given that the administrative function, or a large part of it, is now moving to another location, it will reduce the number of activities. I think the representations are about the actual activities that are going on and the amount of road movements going up and down that street. Having been into Clovis Court, it's actually quite a large area. The site itself that this is built on could have up to 6 unit developments on it being 4,000 square metres, I think. So the reality is it could take more road activity should that property be redeveloped in something else. Now, we're not dealing with that today, so the issue is just with the amount of road traffic going in and out. So I believe that the assessment made in relation to this is sound, and I believe that it's an appropriate use of the property. And as I say, it's just a pity that it wasn't done at the beginning. We're now doing it, and they've been, I guess, needed to deal with the retrospectivity and the fees associated with being a retrospective application. But I believe that we should be supporting this today.
Thank you. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Yes, so there are only two discretions on this DA today dealt with within the application against the standards. The dual buildings in the site, there are a smaller building as well as the larger what would have been the house, I guess, to start with, but that's been managed beautifully within that building envelope. It's, as we discussed on site, which is of course outside of the planning scheme, but these kinds of NDIS supported respite centres within communities is exactly how we want our communities to be. We don't want to segregate people based on their ability or capacity. We want to ensure that our communities have wide opening arms for all kinds of developments that are suitable within the planning scheme. So yes, very minor discretions, seemed like a really amenable community to this development, apart from the people who made representations and were dealt with by planning officers. I recommend this for approval today.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Briefly, I guess I'm happy to support this, also noting that I stand for NDIS registered, fully above board undertakings that tick all the relevant boxes. So we don't want to see too many more NDIS proposals that haven't gone through the proper approvals required to operate. That would be another story outside of planning. But certainly as a permitted use within the residential arm, it was pretty disturbing to see some of the outrageous allegations that some of the representatives made with regard to neighbours, and I'm happy to support what's contained within the permit as provided today.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. It's never nice to see the council have to retrospectively approve a change, well, not a change of use, but an application or a use permitted for a building or otherwise. But in this case, having worked in the sector myself, I appreciate the importance of the community accepting, as Councillor Dawkins says, with open arms, the various uses that are essentially homes for people. And while there may have been some small issue of using the property for administrative purposes, hopefully that has been resolved, and the neighbours will find that they get along swimmingly from now on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor McKenzie wish to speak? Close. Sorry. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand, and that is all councillors present. That is carried. We now go on to 9.3. So we have some speakers for 9.3. James Stewart.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name's James Stewart and I'm a town planner from Walcott Surveys, speaking against the recommendation of approval for a proposed dwelling at 2A Myer Street. I'm here today on behalf of the owners at 92 Arthur Street, which is located directly behind the property at 2A Myer Street. It's our opinion that the proposed three-storey dwelling is neither appropriate for a site of this size, nor is it of a scale which respects the existing streetscape along Myer Street. Our primary concerns relate to the visual bulk of the structure when viewed from an adjoining lot. This is something that the council must assess under the performance criteria, as the development significantly encroaches the building envelope as required under the acceptable solution. The owners of number 92 Arthur Street have almost the entirety of their private open space in the rear portion of the block. When using this private open space, they will now be looking at a three-storey high wall on a single plane. While we have requested that the developers consider stepping in the third storey to break up the existing solid wall, no alterations have been made. This solid wall on the eastern side of the proposed dwelling will have an unbroken height of 7 metres from natural ground level. This includes the top section of the second floor, which encroaches the building envelope by 1.5 metres, and the third storey of the dwelling, which encroaches the building envelope by an additional 3 metres. This intrusion outside of the acceptable solution building envelope equates to approximately 40 cubic metres, an area which is larger than a 40-foot shipping container. As the upper level is not tiered or stepped back from the second floor, we don't believe that the application has demonstrated compliance with clause 11.4.3 P1, where a dwelling must be designed to ensure that there isn't an unreasonable loss of amenity to adjoining lots in relation to visual bulk. While we acknowledge the scheme does allow for some level of impact, we believe that the visual impact associated with this development is not reasonable. We kindly request that you take these concerns into consideration when making your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Castle.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Natalie Castle from 63 Talbot Road in South Launceston. I just wanted to say that we consulted the owner of 94 during the process of making the decision to purchase the land. During this process, the owner said he wouldn't mind if we went 3 storeys, as long as it was on half of the property, as he barely uses the back rooms. This was a deciding factor of us purchasing the land from him and the foundation of what we designed. I also reached out to the owner of 92 Arthur Street and let her know that we'd purchased the land, and she invited us to their place to discuss our plans. The owner's biggest concern was privacy, so we briefed in our architect accordingly to ensure that this was achieved, and all of our entertaining and living focused on the top right-hand side of the property. Whilst we appreciate and have listened to a few of the neighbours who have put through their concerns, we have also had multiple people in the area praise and support our design. The small number of concerns that we have are not the consensus of the people that we've shown the plans to, and my partner Millen has incredible vision of what a design will look like from the plans to its final form. I hope once all parties have seen the 3D designs, that they too agree that this design is in fitting with the area and complements the streetscape. In closing, we believe our architect Mark Evans has done a brilliant job bringing our vision to life whilst taking our neighbours' requests into consideration, and more importantly, ensuring all the things we want are in the home that we plan to live in forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Evans.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Evans, representing MDU Building Designs, 11 Balfour Place. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I speak purely as the designer or the building designer of this place, and with no sort of emotional involvement either way. I was given this remit to design a building on a very small block. It's listed as 450 square metres, but in essence, it's a lot less than that with the amount of right-of-ways, etc. It's about 350. So it's a challenging project to get a house that's going to be commensurate with the value of the property, to be able to get a house that's going to be able to match that up. So I think currently what we submitted was about draft 17 after we made a number of changes regarding the building in response to requests from the planning council officer and to neighbours' requests and so forth as well. As the previous speaker said, when the block was sold to the proponents, the current owner of 94 Arthur Street gave that, I've got copies if you want it, but gave that as part of the sale process, in which he has outlined the building envelope as he has with the what we were able to buy, able to build within is 8.4 metres high, etc., with the building envelope up 3 metres off to 45, etc., etc. All those conditions. Now, that's what the owners, the current owners, the proponents, bought that subdivided block off. The block was subdivided off to the north of his property, and that's the good faith they showed. So what I've done is been able to design this house to meet that, with the exception of, to meet all aspects of the planning scheme, with the exception of the rear boundary offset. Now, we've pushed that further off. We've pushed that required 4 metres off. And the only problem I can see is if we would go within that building envelope up 3 metres and off at 45, it doesn't fit inside our proposal. We've had changed that quite significantly.
Thank you, Mark. Your time is up as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers for 9.3? Thank you. So we have 9.3. Somebody happy to move a motion? Move Councillor Mackenzie. Second, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Mackenzie, you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. And again, always difficult, these ones. I think this is the third time I've visited my street, and we've had significant objections to all of the ones that I've been to thus far. And 2 of those buildings are now being built. And as you drive through there, they'd probably be part of the landscape, and most people wouldn't know that they hadn't been there for quite a while. So it's quite interesting. I guess the fear of the unknown is the difficult issue. I know a number of the representors, so that always makes it difficult when you're standing up and they're not happy with the outcome that's going to be there. But us remind ourselves that we sit here as a planning authority, and we need to make our decisions based on the planning scheme as it stands today. We've heard commentary from another planner in regards to how that should be applied. We've got professional planners within our organisation who have been giving us advice clearly, and listening to Mr Evans talk about how they went about the design concept, how they bought the building, how they bought the block of land and so forth. They've actually been cognisant of the people who are surrounding them as well. And that's not always the case. So at least I acknowledge the fact that they've actually taken the time to actually talk to their neighbours about what it is that they are trying to achieve on that block of land. As I've said, it's an extremely difficult block of land. And I guess the person who sold it knowing it was a difficult block of land, and now is probably now reaping the rewards or otherwise of somebody building on a block of land that used to belong to him on one title at 94. I can see it does take some activity to deal with that, and 3 stories up, it makes it hand, and I'm certain that it will have some impact on number 92, 92 Arthur Street, just by the very fact that there is something there that wasn't there yesterday. So it is going to change, but I can see they bought it 4 metres off the boundary, off that back boundary. They've agreed to leave the hedge in place, which will give additional screening. As we see in relation to the standards requiring planning discretion, there are only 2. One being the earthworks and retaining walls, and the way that's been dealt with in the design and plan are quite logical, and as long as the stormwater is contained and put through into our normal stormwater system, there is no reason why the performance criteria is not met in regard to that. And the second one is in relation to the building envelope, which is, as described, the 45 degrees off the boundary line. And there are some discretions and performance criteria. Our planning officer has assessed it, and she is an experienced planning officer who has reviewed these plans, and clearly it wasn't done at a whim. Clearly, by listening to Mr Evans, there's been a number of backwards and forwards to ensure that the design meets the building envelope as best it can be to meet the requirements. I'd have to say my biggest concern probably was neither of those, but it was actually about its street frontage. It's 800 off the street, and that's referenced mainly probably off the bay window that sits at number 94, which is actually a sort of a pop out off the side of the building, which gives you a reference point of 800 mil. Interestingly, even though I know it can't be taken into consideration in regard to the planning scheme, the fact is it's there is the existing garage, which is about 800 off the street. So the reality of it is already an existing building there, albeit not in the same length and form, and the vertical height that comes off it is not the same. So there are some issues associated with my street, particularly in that area, is very narrow, and therefore you've got that potential look of a corridor as you go through there if you're not careful in relation to it. So that was my major concern, but having been through the site, I walk past that site very regularly on my way to the swimming pool, so I know it very well. I know the one at number 8, which is where it was compared with. There was a lot of controversy about that shouldn't be allowed to be built. It actually fits beautifully into the streetscape now. I think as you look through there, and there's probably the people that live there now would see that as being an asset to the street rather than a negative to the street. As far, so I'd like to have everybody happy, but I know when I stand here as a planning authority, We only get the hard ones, the ones that not everybody's happy about it, and somebody's going to go away disappointed on the decision we make today. But based on the planning scheme, which I keep reminding ourselves that that's what we've got to come back to, there is very little discretion that's been used by the planning officer in design in putting this forward for approval today. So it would be nice if we could get that back setback worked out better with the building envelope, but I don't believe that that's possible. And if you then dropped it down another story, which was considered, you'll then put more bulk closer to the boundary line of number 94 and create some angst in regards to that. So in a rock and a hard place with some of these things, but I think looking at the way that the planning scheme is interpreted and noting that post the new planning scheme that comes in will enable this to be developed anyway.
Thank you. Councillor, a question, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. Noting, of course, that it is discretionary and relies on performance criteria, could the assessing planner please outline how indeed it does demonstrate compliance with 11.4.3, specifically with regards to the visual bulk and amenity?
Thank you. Catherine, is that here? I can't see who's there.
Yes, can I just first of all ask where, in what respect, which elevation the bulk is of more concern?
Specifically for me from 92.
Okay.
Yep.
So the section at the back, so when you look at the back of the site there, the site is cut in and then the level of ground goes up and then there's a hedge on top of that, which they are retaining. So part of the hedge actually, part of the new build will be incorporated behind the hedge, and then it'll be similar to 1 story above the hedge. So when you see it from 92, it won't, it's only sort of like 1 single story in that respect. The width is about 4.7 from at the back boundary, so it's not a very wide extension. It's, it is has a much smaller footprint on that top level than the rest of the house. So if you're looking at it, as you can see by the elevations, it's a much smaller footprint. So the bulk to me is, reduced. It's, like I said, 4.7, 1 story with a skillion roof, and I don't feel that that's having any particular bulk. That is aligned with there's outbuildings at the rear of 92, and this section is aligned with those outbuildings, which is, well, a fair way from the house. So they've got the house at 92 plus their courtyard, then their outbuildings, and this is where that extension aligns with. So their property, if you're sitting in their outdoor area, you will see their hedge, and then you step back, come back 4 metres from the boundary, then you've got this, what will appear as a single story beyond that. So that is aligned, with their, like I said, with their garage. So I don't feel it's too visual bulky from their outdoor area. They've got a deck at the upper story. I'm not sure what the purpose of that room is, but it's not a very small deck. You will be able to see this, but I don't feel that it's overly obtrusive to that property at all. So that was my...
Thank you. Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Mayor. I do feel sorry for the neighbours that will lose their view. Views mean nothing, but I think they should do. Something I've got to put to the sellers of these properties, if you sell something, you've got to have a stipulation to say that can't be sold unless I've got a contract that says 6 metres to the maximum height. So this is a warning to other people that sell properties to have a stipulation on the buildings that get built at the back of their houses. The new planning system will be actually worse. In the new planning system, you will be able to actually build on the boundary, and that worries me greatly. But this meets all the criteria, so I will support it. So thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. A question to our planning officer in regards to the condition of keeping the hedge. Does that condition include a height of the hedge? And if so, what is the why was the condition of the hedge then not included in the shadow diagrams? Because the hedge can have an impact on overshadowing, especially, I suppose, to 94.
Thank you. Catherine? No.
In respect of the hedge height, no, I hadn't considered, like the existing hedge will remain as it is and it will grow. I hadn't actually stipulated a height. It could go higher, but, you know, the status of the hedge was to be retained. As far as the shadowing, we hadn't considered the shadowing effect of that. But I mean, that is an existing situation. So, and it is beyond the back of the house. So, yeah, I hadn't considered that.
Thank
you. One more question, if I may. Mayor, in regards to the building envelope and a planner that's been engaged, your designer there was saying 40 cubic metres outside the envelope. That is mostly on one side of the building, is that correct? And can you explain the justification for that being a permissible sort of egress of the building envelope?
So I hadn't actually worked out, we haven't worked out the cubic metres, but the encroachment is, so under the in a residential zone, which the site currently is, the envelope is determined by, you come from the rear boundary in 4 metres, you go up 3 metres from natural ground line, not any change ground line, from natural ground line, then you project across at 45 degrees. So yes, it does, the rear section does encroach into the building envelope, but then you've got the considerations to make. So it clearly is a discretion, but then if you consider the impacts that might have, there's no impact of overshadowing overlooking, because there's windows in the back part which will be obscure glass, so they won't look into the rear yard of 92. The bulk, I've described how I assess the bulk of that building, and then there's the shadowing effect. So the shadowing effect doesn't have anything, there is a shadowing effect on 94 Arthur Street. So when you're considering overshadowing, you have to ensure that there'll be at least 3 hours of sunlight to that property on the 21st of June. So that means the windows at the rear, which are habitable buildings, and the outdoor area. So the shadow diagrams demonstrate that there will be 3 hours of sunlight between 9 and actually 4, because the sun will be down by 5. And it does demonstrate that they would have enough sunlight into that backyard by that time.
And just to clarify, those 3 hours of sunlight are split between morning and evening, so you get, 2 hours in the morning and 1 hour between 4 and 5?
It can be split, yes.
And it is in this case split?
Yes.
Yeah. And when it comes to the height on my street and its proximity to the actual street, and it is, as I think Councillor McKenzie pointed out, the bay window, which is the side normally of 94 Arthur Street, but in this case it fronts, I suppose you would say, my street. How do we assess that? Because, of course, 94 Arthur Street faces Arthur Street, and yet on the side boundary, we're now saying it faces my street as well, and using that as a justification, because none of the other houses on that side of the street are that close to it's only that bay window, which, some would argue is a feature of that house, a somewhat detailed feature, not the bulk of that house itself, but a detailed feature of that house. So can you just explain how that's used to justify then a, 8.5 metre wall, 9 metre wall on the front of my street?
So the front setback is 4.5 from the frontage as one of the criteria. The other criteria are that if it's between two properties, if it's because we demolished the building, there's no established setback. There's no existing setback, so you have to assess it from fresh. So you have to consider what the impact is on the two adjoining properties. And so this complies if it's no further forward or no further back than the properties on the two adjoining sites.
And any part of that property, that's I suppose I'm getting at what point?
Well, the front setback is the closest part of a building to the street.
Any part of any building.
Mm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's no further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor, and Councillor Mackenzie summed it up beautifully when he talked about the fact that the challenging ones always come here to us at the table. It's always a good side of Mr Mayor for potential council candidates out there. If you want to be popular, I suggest you sell ice cream. You don't ever sit as a planning authority because you never make everyone happy. The fact that we're sitting as a planning authority is a critical thing to consider in this matter. I thank those who spoke and presented representations. And Mr Mayor, I was quite interested in reading through the representations that were made, that we had a couple of them, and Mr Stewart did speak on behalf of a resident or a couple of residents, that we had professional firms make representations on behalf of residents, which is something we don't always get. So that says to me that there is obviously some concern, and Councillor Mackenzie in his remarks talked about the fact that I think this is about the third or fourth one we've had for my street, which has been raised and excites residents who obviously know the strong history of that area. Mr Mayor, again, when we sit as a planning authority, it is really, really important that we make sure that the planning considerations are met and applied. And I'm very, very grateful for the work that our officers have done, particularly today, not just the conversations and information that flies around when people make queries, but Catherine Mainsbridge, in providing the answers as she's done today to the numerous questions that have been asked, has provided very, very clear answers with where things apply and are appropriate, and I'm very thankful for that. And I'm thankful for that also in that it's actually obviously also on the public record, so anyone listening at home or people out there in the foyer who are very interested in this matter can hear what's been said. The other thing that I'll add too, Mr Mayor, and I'm very thankful for the submission by Ms Castle and Mr Evans, who are dealing with the matter before us today. I've said this before with matters that have been perhaps problematic. When you're an applicant and you're looking at doing something, I guess when you start that process, it's cognizant on you to make sure that what you do and submit complies. It's obvious, obviously. You don't go away and come up with something that you're going to build that's non-compliant, because obviously our officers will perhaps suggest to refuse it, or if it comes here, we'll knock it back. So from their perspective, Mr Mayor, as has been outlined, but I guess I'm particularly interested in, Mr Evans explained very, very clearly what he was given to deal with to come up with the designs. I think he got up to design 17, so that says to me there's a fair bit of work that's gone into what's in front of us today to consider. Ms Castle, in her remarks, talked about coming to the process in good faith, and again, I state the obvious because sometimes you've got to state the obvious. When you're putting something together, you put something together that complies, and that's what this does. So you can't do any more. You can't do any more than comply with the scheme. As part of that, Mr Mayor, I completely understand the angst, the concern, and the significant number of points that are raised in our papers that our officers have responded to, the number of issues that are raised on page 48, 49, 50, and so forth. I think we end up, I'm just getting to the end of it, I think that there were 22 issues that were raised as part of the 6 representations that were made against this development. And within those issues, Mr Mayor, our officers have provided significant, where appropriate, significant detail to deal with those. So, like previous speakers, I understand that there is some concern around this, and absolutely, wholeheartedly agree. I guess the idea of change is something that's particularly applicable in this, given the fact that, we've got something that's going to be big and it's going to be different to what's there. That takes a while to deal with. And like Councillor Mackenzie, I walked that area with some of those previous things that were new at the time that blend in. So I do understand and hear the concerns of the residents from that area. But critically, Mr Mayor, as we know, when we sit as a planning authority, we have to follow the obligations under the scheme. So if we were to stand here, if I was to stand here and say, look, I'm going to vote against this, I'm going against what the scheme tells us to do. And again, coming back to my remarks...
Your time's up. Do you need an extension?
Very brief one, thanks.
Moved Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The applicant can only follow the law. They can only follow the rules. So they've done that. So as far as I'm concerned, Mr Mayor, again, a difficult one, but if we're following our obligations as members of the Planning Authority, in my view, we need to approve this development today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the previous speakers and in fact our two speakers from the community about this particular development application. I remember when we had to look at this particular DA for the subdivision, there was lots of angst about it, and I can recall looking at that block thinking that's going to end up with a 3-storey house on that. You could have told that because of simply the value of the land for what we're doing. And so what we have in front of us, as no surprise, a two-car garage, 3-bedroom, 3-storey house to be built at number 2A My Street. The only two provisions, and it's interesting to me to listen to the conversation about the intrusion into the building envelope, to describe it as 40 square metres, that's the size of a shipping container. Yes, it probably is, but a shipping container that perhaps if you were to move the back wall of the 3rd storey forward and perhaps delete the walk-in wardrobe from the building plan, you would still be looking at a shipping container, only it would be 2 metres further away. The reality is it is 4 metres off the back fence to number 94 Arthur Street, and even though, yes, it will be something new in their what they see when they're in the backyard, it is simply something that any person would do if you were building. Now, if they only built a 2-storey, yep, they wouldn't see it. But then when you've paid what you have for the block, to then get a house that was met your demands would simply mean a much bigger coverage of the block. And as it is, even without the right-of-ways, it's still just under the 50% coverage. So I'm quite happy with what's gone on. I'm a bit surprised the hedge height hasn't been stipulated, because I guess if the hedge were to die, they could replace it with a new one that was only a couple of foot high and perhaps took another 20 years to reach that height. But nevertheless, I think the hedge, and in fact could grow higher, and in fact even help screen the 3rd storey of that building from the back of number 94 it is, Arthur Street. So happy, I'm not saying I'm happy with the design, I'm comfortable with the design that they've put forward, and I think it should be supported by all the councillors here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. I think it's just really important to understand that it doesn't meet the objectives. It's a discretionary application, and thus, therefore, is taking the alternate route that sees it rely on performance criteria. That is, it is discretionary and needs to be considered against the performance criteria with regard to the objectives that it cannot automatically meet. So I just think in terms of the context of what our job is to consider whether or not the advice that we've received with regard to the performance criteria that is being considered is the advice that we should accept or not accept with regard to the specific provisions that are trying to be achieved with regard to the performance criteria. And you heard me ask the planner whether or not it was how they had arrived at that particular viewpoint. Another planner might arrive at a different viewpoint, and indeed, should it be appealed, the tribunal may arrive at a different viewpoint as well. But I just think it's really important to understand if it doesn't automatically meet the objective, then it travels down the alternate route, which sees it rely on performance criteria, and our job is to decide whether or not it is in fact that the performance criteria is met, is reasonably met, or not. And that is our job today, is to consider whether or not the bulk and whether or not the scale and whether or not the loss of amenity to adjoining lots is, as the planner suggests, okay or not. That is our job today, irrespective of the hedge and other elements that are being considered, which I thank the speakers for. And that is what we need to be considering. So just because, the planner has recommended for approval, they've recommended it for approval with reliance on the discretionary measures that we are being asked to consider, as they have done in their application of them.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the comments from the Deputy Mayor and, somewhat perplexed too that I'm being told around the table that that there's no room for any discretion here where there clearly is. And the two areas where that clearly is the case is the bulk of the building. It is the envelope that the building sits in, and it is also, to a lesser extent, something that hasn't been discussed, the earthworks and retaining walls. An area that hasn't got a mention, but I would like to focus on that first, because I'm presuming that with the hedge being retained, that retaining wall must also be a certain distance from the fence line. So if I could just get clarification of that first from the...
This is part of your time.
Oh, okay.
So you better keep speaking.
Well, as other speakers have mentioned, and as I questioned, there seems to be some little bit of ambiguity around the hedge. Great that the hedge is being kept. Would seem to have to be a part of the retaining wall must also accommodate that hedge. And I'm just finding a lack of detail around that, and I'm wondering whether if some of these conditions can be stipulated a bit more clearly, because it just seems that there's a lack of clarity that the hedge might end up being 1 foot tall, or it could end up being 20 feet tall. We're not to know. Okay, but as I'm speaking, I'll continue now, and if the Mayor so decides, maybe that question can be answered at the end. I do find it problematic that it does not seem to be a discretion, but that a bay window from one property, which actually fronts another street, ends up becoming the justification for an 8.5 metre wall for an entire building on the same street. I do find it interesting that someone would buy an allotment that small and then seek to exceed what is recommended for that area. I find all of that extremely problematic. If the roof had perhaps been gabled, it might reduce, but we don't have that in front of us. All we have is a flat roof, skillion roof stock type building, which of course there are examples in that area. It's a highly mixed area, but that doesn't mean that the amenity of the immediate neighbours is not being impacted by the particular design that's been chosen. Wanting to create that maximised floor space in that area has meant that it has exceeded the building envelope. There's no doubt about that. Now I hear that, as Councillor Spencer mentions, when we get to a new planning scheme, whenever that may be, these things are going to become more commonplace. That's problematic. That's certainly no reason to approve this today, though. As it stands, I would like to have more definitive answers on the hedge, its impacts on overshadowing, and how it will relate to the retaining wall, how nurtured the hedge shall be. And I, at this stage, am not inclined to support this development application as it presently stands. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So, Catherine, can you answer the question on the hedge?
So if you look on page P09, the drawings. So the back fence, there's a rear fence, then the hedge, and the retaining wall is like part of the build. So it's actually attached to part of the house. So the ground level stays the same as it is. The hedge is above that ground level on the rear boundary. So the excavation is 4 metres in from the rear boundary.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Mackenzie, wish to close?
Thanks, Mayor. And look, as I say, I don't have great comfort in doing these things because I like everybody to be happy, and we'll end up in a situation where not everybody will be, I think, depending on which decision we come up with today. And I certainly didn't say that there weren't discretions, because there are. I said it's not everything meeting the planning scheme. There are 2 discretions, which I did describe, and I expressed the view that I thought the drainage, it would work its way through into the situation, so it got into the system and therefore would meet the performance criteria. I acknowledge the comments made by the Deputy Mayor in regards to the building envelope, and but we did look at the assessment that's been made by our planner. Clearly, from the representors, there were 2 other planners who made representations that says those discretions are not reasonable in relation to that, and therefore the performance criteria is not, which you would expect if somebody's not happy with something. So I guess that's the issue with performance criteria. They are not set in stone. They need a level of interpretation. We've got a professional planner who's been doing this for many years. I'm not a planner. I could quite easily just say, because I know the person next door, I've got to vote against it. I can't work that way. That's not in my DNA. My DNA is to actually look at things on the planning and look at the probability and the reality of it. And as the planner has also said, a large part of the building is actually set beside the actual outbuildings of number 92. So there's not much of it that actually encroaches into the living area, and therefore I believe the assessment that she's made is reasonable, and therefore something that I think that we should endorse and accept. Now, this may well go to appeal, and that will be determined some other way, but I think that based on what our advice is, I don't think we've got any reason not to support it.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, raise your hand. Those against? That's 1 against. The rest is for. The motion is carried. We have a technical issue. We're going to have a 10-minute break, so back at 5 to 3. Oh, I'll do that one. just want to mention that we now no longer sit as a planning authority. So, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, I wonder if we could move item 13.1 initially, item 13.1 forward.
Yes, seconded by Councillor Soward. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. So we go to 13.1. We have speakers for 13.1. Kate Reid and her son Lachlan.
Oh, no, it's all right. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank Mr Albert Van Zetten for giving me the opportunity to speak about my proposal for a pump track and community garden in the Prospect Summerhill area. I am very passionate about our community and would love to see facilities that engage and help residents enjoy open spaces for fitness and health. Such activities have benefits both physically and mentally. I feel that this area of the city is growing in population and already has a lot of great walking, running, cycling pathway networks. However, there is little in the network to engage people, and I am keen to see what we can do to utilise the public space for our community in meaningful ways. I really think that the area is lacking appropriate facilities for all age groups. This being from the very young, to the very old. I am particularly passionate about seeing our young people thrive through outdoor activities. With the increased presence of technology in their lives, this is not only a concern for their physical health, but also their mental health. I have an 8-year-old son, Lachlan, who has visited the pump tracks in both Lagana and Georgetown, and he absolutely loves them. I think we owe it to our kids to create outdoor spaces for activities that are positive influences on their lives. Given the rise of obesity in Australia over the years, I feel it crucial for our community to be proactive, providing opportunities for our residents to be more physically and mentally active. If you look at the life cycle from young to old and consider the activities they have been supported with, our children these days could potentially be a real burden on our healthcare system in the future with underlying conditions due to lack of physical and mental activities. The consequences for this would potentially cost the government millions of dollars in the future. I feel it is best to be proactive now, not only for our kids today, but also future generations. A pump track and supported infrastructure would provide young community members with a meeting place with friends to develop confidence and skills on bikes, scooters and skateboards. My son Lachlan loved watching the BMX and skateboarding during last year's Olympic Games. Who knows, a local pump track could be a starting place for a future Olympian. My son Lockie has a few brief words to say of his own.
I really like it when my mum and dad take me to the pump tracks. There are heaps of my friends that would love to have a pump track nearby where we can meet up and play on our bikes. I would also like to see a little bit of skate park area as well, so we can do some skateboarding as well. They are really good for kids to learn how to go over humps and jumps. My dad is the bestest dad in the whole world because he takes me to the tracks and tries to go over the jumps, but he falls off all the time and breaks his nose.
Okay, so in my observational experience, particularly at the Lagana pump track, is that it is well utilised by children aged 8 to 16 years old, with groups of friends utilising the facility. Currently in the Prospect Summerhill area, there are very few facilities that cater for this age group. There are some swings and slides for younger children, but older kids are not interested in being pushed on a swing by their mothers. In relation to the community garden, I am currently a part of the Youngtown Community Garden and have joined for my love of gardening and feel this has a real sense of community. I feel the area would greatly benefit from a similar setup. My proposal for the site off Stanley Street would be an ideal location for this. It also for it also to be constructed. This would serve all members of the community well, as the produce from the garden could be distributed to different parts of the community. The local Summerhill Primary School, I'm sure, would have a keen interest in this for their school canteen and community programs. There are many health benefits to producing and eating healthy, fresh produce. Teaching our kids.
Yeah, your time is well and truly over, so thank you very much for coming, and thank you, Lachlan. Really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
A bit loud. Deputy, move the motion. Seconded, Councillor Soward. You may wish to speak.
Thanks, Mayor. Just briefly, because I think Lachlan has spoken so beautifully about what a pump track in Launceston, maybe more than one pump track in the Launceston municipality, could achieve. I don't want to take credit for the idea of a pump track because, of course, as councillors, we've seen the benefits that other municipalities have derived from infrastructure such as this. What I wanted to do was to get it on the table so that into our forward plan, noting of course that lots of strategic work's happening in the recreation space, in the forward planning and within the next 3 months, that we could have a report that comes back that identifies sites, such perhaps as that's been mentioned today and others, as the officer comments have suggested, that could be used for such infrastructure in our community. Infrastructure that, of course, has seen other municipalities really thrive. You'll note in the notice of motion that it aligns in terms of our strategy and where we're going. I referenced the GLP and our own council strategic documents. And importantly, I think what it does is complement the infrastructure in terms of mountain bike trails that we already have in the municipality by offering, as what Lachlan and his mum have said, something that is obviously in vogue, very well recognised as something that modern communities and councils should be offering. I want to thank the officer, Shane Eberhardt, there for the comments, because it certainly backs up by quoting that there is a demand for more and better quality mountain bike facilities in Launceston, and I think that a commitment to construct a pump track at least one location would allow moving forward the integration of such into our forward plan and our forward budget, and would encourage councillors to support it today.
Thank you. Councillor Soward.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to commend the Deputy on bringing it forward, and also to thank Kate and Lachlan for their words, and certainly from my perspective a 100% synergy with the healthy lifestyle aspect of your words, particularly Kate. Very, very supportive of the notice of motion, Mr Mayor, and what it's asking. For me, critically, one of the really important things with this, it's about getting an evidence base. It's about also, with this evidence base, some costings and some ideas, and I'll say why I think that's important. It's one of those ironic things that happens in our role sometimes, Mr Mayor. A member of the public rings us to go crook about, a proposed rate rise, and then when you have the conversation, they talk about things and they say, oh, you should build this, or you should build that, or you should do this. So critically, if we do some work in this space around what cost there might be, the best location for it, there's obviously been some suggestions there, excellent ones I might add, and obviously, as Lachlan and Kate said, they talk about their area and it's rapidly growing. I think critically too, as part of this report, Mr Mayor, given that we have one that for all intents and purposes is a very, very successful one at Lagana that I hear lots about, my recollection and memory suggests that the West Homer Council contributed to that, I think with a federal government grant, I think, and maybe some state government input. And I think from memory, it was several $100,000 to build it. So again, having that evidence base would be really great to inform us going forward. As I said, really excited about it. Anything we can do to get people physically active and healthy and off computers and off mobile phones and off games, computer games, is a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks. I'd also like to thank Lachlan and Kate for coming along today and speaking. That's terrific. Having sort of traversed down mountains on a mountain bike once or twice and fallen off several times, the other aspect to this, I think, is health and safety, because the pump tracks actually teach people how to ride properly and on difficult terrains, and a very safe way to do it. So there's a health and safety aspect associated with this pump track as well as being fun, because certainly I know it hurts when you fall off. So I hope that we take this forward with seriousness.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to thank the Deputy Mayor for bringing this motion on behalf of Lachlan and his mum Kate over there. Pump tracks are certainly something that I think is a great recreational activity for the city. Just off the top of my head, I probably came up with 13 suburbs who could all benefit from having a pump track, which then made me think, maybe we ought to be doing a bit of lateral thinking and perhaps having every primary school should have a pump track. And instead of kids being dropped off in the four-wheel drive, they actually rode their bikes to school and got to use the pump track during the school time or at lunchtime or after school. But nevertheless, we must start somewhere. This is the first step on a journey. And to do that, of course, you'd have to get permission from schools to use their facilities after hours. A whole lot of stuff outside that, but this is a great first step. And once again, I think it will have the support of all around the table. And I want to thank Kate and Lachlan for coming along and for the Deputy Mayor for bringing the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Dakin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Lachlan and Kate, for coming in. Lachlan, when I was a young boy, a pump track for us was a plank of wood, the gutter, and down the driveway. And a broken collarbone twice and a few wrists. And I've spent my whole life on a bike, and I can say that pump tracks are fantastic. I spend every weekend on a pump track chasing my boys, which are similar age to yourself. And thank you for supporting it. I think as far as the feasibility study goes, let's just build it, and they will come. And when they come, they will bring a lot more culture and activity and economic benefit. So thank you, Deputy Mayor. I look forward to riding Launceston's first pump track with Lachlan soon.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. A question to perhaps our Infrastructure General Manager. What is the status of at Heritage Park, an old, well, maybe ageing dirt bike track that's probably what you say in the western side of Heritage Park, and it's and its continued use, I suppose. Yeah.
General Manager Shane.
Look, I believe it does get reasonable use. During the winter months, though, I must say it's on former landfill, so it's very difficult to use. It's just too wet, and just due to the ground conditions, I'd say putting piles of dirt in heritage forest, they sink and require constant maintenance. So it's probably not the ideal location from a technical perspective.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kate and Lachlan, for speaking, and very well spoken too. You made your point extremely well. It's resonated around the table. Pump tracks for everyone, apparently. But no, I'll certainly commend the Deputy Mayor for bringing this motion forward, and look forward to the results. As I mentioned, yes, there is an old dirt bike track down at Heritage Forest that I've certainly partaken of in years gone by, and taken my children down there, so it's been there quite a long time. But there has to be a lot of different places and possibilities for this idea, and it's great to see councillors embracing the idea. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Deputy Mayor, wish to close.
Thanks, Mayor. Just briefly, obviously I'm not an expert in this particular area, but I hear and see that a number of people in our community, including young people, expect this sort of facility. And importantly, I've seen the benefits, as others have spoken of, that other councils have derived from infrastructure such as this. It was fortuitous during the week that the member for Launceston had Lachlan and his mum raised the same idea of a pump track for Launceston with her. We connected, and here is Lachlan coming along today to advocate for something that he would like to use. And so let's hope that he is still of the age. He is still of the age wanting to use the pump track when we open it, but we note that the first step is within the next 3 months a report will come back to council, and we look forward to that.
Deputy Mayor, I think we're all within the age. It's not age specific, so I'll put the motion. Those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you again for coming.
Thanks very much.
Mayor, I just wondered if we could move forward 15 and 2 and 7, so we've got a couple of members of the public there.
Yeah, if you put a motion forward, you can.
Motion for item 15.2 and 17.2.
Moved and seconded by Councillor Soward. All those in favour? That is carried. Thank you. So 15.2. Carolyn Guthrie, is she here? Carolyn? Yep. Caroline, just state your name and address, please. You better put the mic up. Councillor Soward, can you do that?
Hi, Carolyn Guthridge, 139 Windermere Road. I've been here before. I acknowledge the work that has gone into the preparation of the report, but wouldn't it have been a better report if the authors or councillors collaborated with residents in the 5 months since the submission to come up with workable solutions as I asked at the 10th of March meeting? I will be following up with a detailed written response, and you've received written responses from other residents and a few who couldn't be here because of medical work and sick children. I support the proposed 14 traffic safety projects on the proviso that residents need a schedule on ongoing maintenance and also a diagram about the proposed lanes at the Windermere Shop intersection. The 5 proposals relating to signs are simply common sense and should have been carried out during normal council operations. The bus stops proposal is not a priority need, while the main points of our submission about unsafe roads have fallen under the category of not recommended at pages 16, 17 and 18. The provision of footpaths or usable verges is definitely a high need, and the report infers that residents require a standalone gravel path to snake around the whole length of Windermere Road, which is not the case. A simple walk along the road will show existing gravel in many places that has been obscured by vegetation, and it is these verges that we ask for grading and a bit more gravel. Verge clearing also has to occur more frequently as weeds are already waist high. Freshly picked this morning is this piece of grass that, oops, it's a bit, yeah, this piece of grass which stands 1.56 metres high in an area where there is absolutely no safe verge, and this is the state of the drain. Spraying of weeds occurred at the end of December 21, as was clearing of vegetation, and twice, is not enough if grass grows this fast. I do. Just a couple of paragraphs.
Finish with that, thank you.
Thank you. Road widening is a main concern. Between 98 and 266 Windermere Road, at least 4 sections where previous works carried out by council have added to the unsafe road issues. Now, quick one on the page, page 12, drain slip work carried at 98 Windermere Road in 2019 at a cost of under $20,000. For years I complained about this dangerous corner, and these works were carried out when the new owner of the property wanted to relocate their driveway. I've got questions on that, which I'll put in my submission, but what has been left in the verge or the area at the side of the road is large rocks in the drain when surely gravel could have been used. I know my husband only relaxes when I return from our daily walks with our dog, as he is mindful of the risks I have to take when walking the road. I hope this final comment does not fall under the category of being disrespectful, but on talking to a long-time resident yesterday, he thanked me for my work on these issues, but also indicated that working with council was possibly like banging your head against a brick wall. I, however, remain an optimist, and I will certainly not be giving up in solving these problems if only the council will work with me and other residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we know there's a lot of other residents. As the meeting that the Deputy and I had, very good, but thank you for coming in. Someone move the motion. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Walker seconded. Deputy Mayor, you wish to speak to it?
Look, just briefly, I guess the depth and analysis that has been provided is better than nothing. And what we know is that the concerns of the residents have at least been provided in a format which, again, reiterates that over time, the matters that have been addressed today will be addressed into the future, can continue to be examined. We've seen a number of recommendations which will be actioned by the end of the financial year, and I think officers that spoke to us at a workshop a couple of weeks ago noted what Mrs Gutteridge has said, and that is that some of them can be undertaken very quickly as quick wins. I think what it does is it reminds us that there are a significant number of parts of our municipality that we need to continue being mindful of in terms of the allocation of our budget and in terms of allocation of the services that we provide. And we understand that we can't always achieve everything that all residents desire. We understand that particular parts of the municipality continue to grow and change. And I think what the depth of this report does and what the depth of correspondence from residents in Windermere and Swan Bay demonstrates is that it is an area that requires an ongoing conversation, an ongoing body of work. The work doesn't stop now because the report has been undertaken. Indeed, it just exemplifies that we need to be very mindful that parts of our municipality are changing and we need to ensure that our allocation of budget resource and service resource keeps track with parts of the municipality that are changing. I want to thank Mayor the officers who have really done a powerhouse of work, I think, in terms of arriving at this. And of course, it's not going to meet all of the desires of the residents, but what it does for me is at least formalise those concerns and provide some aspiration and some opportunity for future work.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Caroline, for coming in and speaking to the motion today. And I would, I suppose, begin by reiterating just one thing that our Deputy Mayor said, which is that it is an ongoing conversation. It has to be for all of the things that Council does. This is not the end of the story. I'm sure there are some things in there that you do find encouraging or that other people do, and you would be more aware than any of us as to the nature, the complexities of the situation. There's so many different conditions down there. I, for one, when I realised that it was 100 km/h speed limit on John Lees Drive past the shop there, you know, I had concerns of that because I can appreciate that that could be, you know, something that warrants further attention. But I'm no road traffic expert, but nonetheless, I can hear those concerns. I hope that this goes some way to giving you encouragement that the Council has heard those concerns and that by all means, you know, continue the conversation. By all means, if there are things in here specifically that, you know, people feel strongly enough about, I'm sure we'll hear about that in the future. And I would encourage not just yourself, but anyone in our community to participate in these conversations. No matter what it is that the Council does, it's important that people speak up, and so the Council hears that message loud and clear. But we are addressing a complex situation, as you'd be more than aware, and I'm not addressing you specifically anymore, but I suppose more generally speaking, that the amount of different roads here, different surfaces, different conditions, and it's probably, you know, in hindsight, looking at this, it's definitely something that's overdue, and it's taken time to get to this point, and it will take time to get to the next point. But I think this is, by and large, an extremely positive step forward for the Council, and there may be other areas in our Council area that will need a similar treatment at some point in the near future as residential areas expand in different ways. Sometimes they're large acreages. In the case of Swan Bay, Windermere, the nature of that is changing, and it's changing quite rapidly as people choose to subdivide and things like that. So, you know, I do have faith in the officers and the reports that they've made. I fully accept that there may be some things that you'll disagree with, that you'll agree with, but let's keep that conversation going. And I recommend the report to the table. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, and thanks, Ms Guthridge, for coming and speaking to us again today. I really appreciate your openness and honesty with us in regards to how you feel about it. I know you've been promoting the Swan Bay area for quite a long period of time, and I've spoken to a number of residents down there myself. the good thing that's happened here is we've actually heard. We've got a list of things which may not be all dealt with in this report, but some have been dealt with. I appreciate you have difference of opinion on some of the responses that have been made. That's okay. We've got to continue to do it. We've got to do it within our budget resources as well. I think we have got some quick wins as a result of the meetings that were held. We live in an imperfect society in regards to being able to do everything everybody wants. We have to work on our levels of service within the rates demands we've got, and one of the things that I've always concerned myself with, and I think this is a good start, is we actually have other rural-based areas such as out at Lilydale Way and things like that, where I think the levels of service, we need to define what they look like. And the only way we can do that properly is actually communicate with the communities that are actually affected by the decisions that we make and the things that we do. I think this is a step forward, so I commend the work that the officers have done to date in regards to that, and let's get those things done. But I would hope that's only the start of the dialogue and not the end of it.
Am I able to just make, you can't at all?
Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and I'd like to completely support the remarks of all previous speakers, and to also thank you, Carolyn, for your advocacy for the area. There was a bit of synergy, Mr Mayor, when I was working through the council papers for this week's meeting. There was a story on the radio this week, which I had to make sure I heard properly, that people who work on as crossing guards are going to be wearing body cameras because of idiot motorists who are speeding and doing stupid stuff. I'm reading this, and we're talking about road safety and speed limits and being sensible and safe. And I know with some of the information that residents have shared with me personally, but also more broadly with our whole group, road safety is one that comes very strongly through this. As others have said, it's a great start. I guess the only frustration I have, and I know that my colleague who's not here today, Councillor Cox, always talks about driving to the conditions on the roads as a former head of the Road Safety Council. Unfortunately, from what residents of the area tell me, and Carolyn, I know you and others have spoken here at Council about a number of dangers in the area. I'm heartened, Mr Mayor, to see in the matter before us today that we'll continue our dialogue with Tas Police, who are very, very important in this process as people who enforce the road laws. And from previous experience with commanders and inspectors, they work very, very hard at supporting initiatives, and I'd love to see them come on board with this one and perhaps be more of a presence, making people comply with the rules there. So, Carolyn, when you and others go for a walk, you're not taking your life into your own hands wandering around your area. Very, very supportive of what's there, Mr Mayor, and look forward to it coming to fruition. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the previous speakers and for Carolyn for coming along today. Just on this, I guess the one thing, I support everything that others have said. The interesting thing that's come out of this is there's been reference to the need for future planning applications to include a recreational pathway beside the road when we do such rural subdivisions, and I think that's a really important step forward. So for Carolyn, who may not be aware, go out to Glenwood Road at Relbia, and there's a path called the Glenwood Trail, which in fact runs off-road and is probably what you would like. However, it's not there now and is always difficult to retrofit into existing subdivisions and what we have. So it is great work that our staff have done. Having been a cyclist who regularly rides down that area, I can tell you that 50 kilometres an hour is still going to be pretty quick when they go whipping around you when you're on the road, because they come up behind you very quickly, and I certainly understand the issues that the residents would have. But, you know, what the future may hold, maybe the residents may choose to then give us the land off the front of their properties to allow something like a trail to be built. That is probably falling back into the residents' hands rather than the council having the money to come and buy the land off you. So that's something for the residents to consider. You've got to be careful what you ask for, because sometimes, as my dad used to say, you point the finger at someone, there's always three pointing back at you. With that, I'll still support this motion.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to speak? Deputy, wish to close?
Yes. So I think it's important to understand that the concerns that were raised and the tour that the Mayor and I went on were genuine concerns with very real safety implications. I think what we see here is that there are some recommendations that we're being asked to consider today that will see a slight improvement in some areas of the concerns that were raised. But more importantly, what it provides is the data and the ability for us to have some big conversations moving forward, if indeed it is our desire to do what is required to get some of those larger projects undertaken to the extent that has been requested. So I think the document is good in that extent. It won't be a document that will be well received by the members of the community at the moment, because a lot of the quick wins that are being requested of us are seen as, non-negotiable. What I think it does is provides a document that for future budget years can be used and can be considered in terms of the wide variety of things that the council has to do. Importantly for me, I think that there are lots of outcomes that are here as recommendations that will be bigger than just our traffic area, and that will be a conversation that general managers will need to have. We've got a safety committee, we've got community development, we've got the requirement of consulting with police, the media team will need to be involved. So there's a great body of work from the recommendations that are existing on the list. And importantly, I think, the ongoing operational maintenance of drains and road edges in the Windermere Road area will provide more success and more achievements than we can possibly think of if indeed we can enhance that area of focus. So in terms of our service standards and the need to budget that against the expectation I feel, having been with the Mayor, having heard from others as you have as well, that if we can get on top of that to a standard that is seen as accepted by the members of the community, we will achieve a great level of success, irrespective of the big ticket items that might come down the track.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is all councillors present. That is carried. We now move on to, 17.2. So we have a speaker for 17.2, William Cassidy. Congratulations on your new role too, publicly. That's good.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you require my name and residential address?
Always.
Yes. William Cassidy, 14 Erica Court, Summerhill, representing the Launceston Chamber of Commerce. Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillors, I wish to speak on behalf of the Launceston Chamber of Commerce in favour of the endorsement of the Greening Launceston Memorandum of Understanding. It is well known that the Chamber has a vision for Launceston to be one of the great regional cities of the world. In order to achieve this vision, the Chamber strongly believes that Launceston needs to grow greener through an ambitious long-term urban greening project. There is strong evidence that greening a city has a triple bottom line effect. There's the environmental benefit. Greening a city dramatically reduces the temperature in city and suburban streets and will provide relief from heat and helps future-proof against the effects of climate change. It also provides habitat connectivity and sequesters carbon. There's the social benefit. Trees and green spaces attract people and make for a more vibrant city. By greening central Launceston, we will see more social activity in our CBD, and I believe that the gardens in Civic Square are a prime example of this. And there's an economic benefit. A more vibrant and comfortable city will see a bigger economic spend in our small businesses. It will also improve Launceston's competitive advantage in attracting and retaining talented people. Conversely, if we do not adapt, then we will be outcompeted by other cities that are engaging in ambitious greening programs. The Chamber and the City of Launceston have worked together to develop this MOU, and we look forward to continuing to work together to begin this greening process that will see a great number of trees added to our city and suburban streets based on a strong evidence base. On behalf of the Chamber, I encourage the endorsement of the MOU.
Thank you. Someone happy to move? Deputy, seconded Councillor Dawkins. You wish to speak to a deputy?
Just briefly, I think the MOU and certainly the Speaker speak for the motion. There are so many exciting things going on in our council at the moment, and I think what this does is further exemplifies the fact that we are creating a city for the future. on the back of all the great work that other councillors have led with regard to our sustainability goals, our environmental crisis, and our ability to really stand up for, I guess, a modern era council, I think what this does is it's supported by business to say that the greening of our city, whilst we know is a fundamental forward action item, it's supported by business, which says that no longer will we be wanting a city where people complain about leaves. No longer will we be wanting a city where people complain about the placement of trees. No longer will we be wanting a city where business owners call us and say, take this tree down from outside our shop, or take this tree out of the car space that you have removed, because that's not the city of the future that we're creating. And I think what this does, what this MOU says, is that hand and glove, we are in step with the business community of our city, of our region, creating what we know through the work of our sustainability plan and through the work of our own sustainability practices here at Council, that this will go some small way in continuing an outward example of that aspiration. And others will speak about the environmental impact, but I just think it's so wonderful to be in partnership with business and with the voice of business, the Chamber, so that when we do have those complaints, when we do have those issues, we can say, no, this is the city of the future that we are creating. This is the bold vision that we are creating. We saw in the media during the week that 200,000 trees have been promised for Melbourne's West. We've seen bold aspirations from Sydney. Councillor Walker shared something, I think, with regard to Adelaide. There are some wonderful, exciting things happening right around the country in terms of greening our cities, and here we are taking this big leap of faith and doing what is only right for our city of the future. And I hope everyone around the council table will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Just following on from the Deputy's point about complaints around foliage, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that people concreted their entire yard, so they didn't have any cleaning to do. So, and we can see, of course, when we sit as a planning authority, people taking up more and more of the footprint because they don't want those kind of outdoor areas to have to maintain. And so we look to our cities to become greener. We look to our cities to become the places that are softened by foliage, softened by trees, and by everything that kind of goes with that, which I think is incredibly interesting cultural shift. If Councillor Cox was here, I think he would have something to say about traffic authority and difficulties in the past with having trees in urban environments to obscure traffic. I hope we've moved past all of that. I think we need to get to a place where we can accommodate for cities for people and not cities for cars. Also, I'd like to point out that this policy, or this MOU, does include not only the Launceston Central City area, but also outer urban precincts, roads, major arterial roads, and the suburban program. And we're talking about, corridors, native corridors for native wildlife. If we're going to, if we really want to improve our capacity as a place where native wildlife have got a natural life cycle, we certainly have to do something about the way they interact with roads, because right now in Launceston, I mean, I walk in Trevellyn every morning and I walk past 6 corpses every day for the last week, various stages of rotting, of course, into the gutters where they sadly have ended their lives. Well, this is not commensurate with the kind of city we're talking about around greening it. If we truly want to be a green city, we really have to take account of everything that means. And as a former, I'd say possibly failed Greens politician, I love that we're talking about Launceston as a green city. I think that's a real shift. And of course, there is an underlying political implication when we use the term green in any sense in public policy. Of course, this is not related to any political party, but to an aspiration for our community. I'd just also point out that MOUs are non-binding agreements, but they are a statement of clear intent to work together. And I think when many of us sign MOUs, it's something that's signed and put away. I really hope this is not. I really hope this is an MOU that's got a lot of interaction, collaboration, and we can really thrash out what it means to make Launceston a greener city.
Thank you. Councillor Soward.
Thanks, Mayor, and I too rise to support what's in front of us and thank William for his contribution, but also strongly support the remarks of the Deputy and Councillor Dawkins. A couple of things that I'll say here. I always talk about, being an old teacher, I always talk about educative processes. I reckon, Mr Mayor, if I put my crystal ball on, people would contact us as councillors and say, we need to be a greener city, I love trees, I'd love to see more trees. The same people then ring us when the leaves blow into their shops or blow into their gardens or whatever. So it is that understanding that previous speakers spoke about, that, hey, let's embrace this and understand that, which is real. I know it's Captain Obvious, but it happens. We've had it here at council in question time with someone, or multiple people raising leaves blowing into shops and so forth. The thing for me, Mr Mayor, that I think is critical, and it deals with something that the Deputy raised. The Deputy was talking about people ringing, complaining about trees doing different things that were annoying them. The key thing for me in this document is on page 97, where it talks about the urban forest strategy and guiding the delivery of the MOU with looking at the location of the right trees in the right places to the right scale and the right vegetation. So it's about planting the right things in the right spots, absolutely critical. Again, it sounds obvious, but again, using the internet, you've only got to find evidence around Australia where cities in the past have embarked on wonderful greening initiatives, only to find that, somewhere along the way, 20 years hence, they've planted the wrong trees in the wrong spots, the roots have grown through drains and caused all sorts of drama, and so forth. So we need to get it right, but Mr Mayor, I'm very, very comforted by that information there that talks about, it outlines the 4 points: location, biogenic function, socio-demographics and institutional capacity. Like previous speakers, and I know others who may speak, I think it's a really, really exciting opportunity for our city. I really, really do, because one of the things I think for many of us who are chained to a desk or a computer all day and aren't perhaps outside in the environment like we'd like to be, to see something that has all the wonderful scientific benefits and health benefits, just to see the beautiful trees making our city an attractive place. That winds it up for me, Mr Mayor. Very, very supportive of it. But again, in conclusion, just that educative process, getting people on board and understanding what goes with it, and planting the right trees in the right space at the right time, critical. Look forward to it being rolled out.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that Launceston's already in the box seat when it comes to this. We have things, of course, our gorge, Cataract Gorge area, right on our doorstep. The foresight to turn a rubbish tip into heritage forest in Invermay. There are things, we are a verdant city in many ways, but this MOU particularly applies to the urban areas, the CBD, the built-up areas of Kings Meadows and Mowbray, and I think most people would have to agree that is an area where we have lapsed somewhat. But having said that, I think we are in the box seat. When it comes to talking about creating green corridors and things, we have things to link already. We have the corridors already quite often. And let's not forget, grass is a part of greening the city. We have those areas. Now, of course, all of these things take maintenance, and we have a crew of workers who, every day have a roster of I was going to say attacking, but attending to the continuous growth in so many areas that Launceston Council already manages. But bringing those green spaces into the urban areas, and I think it was the Deputy Mayor who referenced it wasn't Adelaide, it was in Sydney, where at the moment they're contemplating returning green areas into their urban environment. And of course, I'm sure everyone's familiar with the metropolis that it is, and the lack of green spaces. There are, plenty of plazas and malls and things like that. The domain on the edge of the CBD there, but to bring those areas into the heart of the city. And that is something I would love to see that comes out of this for Launceston. There's smaller areas of policy that we will definitely have to address as a council because of this. Things like using AstroTurf on our roundabouts and things like that. I don't know what the legacy was from that, something that I've never quite understood. Maybe it is low maintenance. Getting a mower out into the middle of the nature strip might be difficult, I don't know. But we haven't had, I suppose, policy around that. So these things have accrued over time. So there's plenty of things that we will be addressing in this process, but bringing business together with community and creating ownership. I hear Councillor Sauer talking about education, but I think equally importantly is creating that ownership for our community and for our businesses. If they might be the same people that also complain about the litter that comes from trees, getting them to understand this is one thing through that education, getting people to have the ownership so it's their tree, it's their green patch. When it comes to kids who planted trees in heritage forest 30 years ago, they still know the tree that they planted as a part of that process that the council was involved in. There are many opportunities there to create that ownership so people feel connected to it, and then they won't be asking to chop it down. Or if somebody does, they'll defend it. They'll tie themselves to the tree. That's what we'd like to see. And so we've done a lot of work. We do a lot of work in this area, but to bring that into the CBD would be spectacular for this city, and I commend the motion to the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dakin.
Thank you, Mayor. We live in an old city, and I found that out this morning when a tree bursted through my pipes at home, and I had to get the... I've got plumbers there currently with an excavator and trying to sort it out. The great thing about this MOU is, as good timing is that this is not just about trees, and I think really two words that I read through the report was fantastic: urban forestry. That sums it up. I've never really thought of it like that. And urban forestry, vertical gardens, integrated gardens with buildings and structures like seats, and looking hopefully to have incorporated green into future DAs. So well done, and look forward to a green city.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks. I think climate emergency is where it probably started, and the reality of this is a really great step, and to have the commercial aspect of our city together with the local government aspect of our city working together to do this. And I think in Melbourne, I think you adopt a tree, and I think commercial businesses actually make contributions to a fund to actually plant trees outside their workplaces. So, down the track, there's probably more from a financial benefit point of view to make these things happen. Our resources go so far, but to achieve what we want to do, I think local government and commercial businesses working together, we can probably get there a lot quicker. This is a great start. I know Tim's been working very hard on this for a number of years, and I just commend the Chamber and their ability and their desire and their real push on this matter. I think it's fantastic, and I'm pleased that we've joined in this MOU, and let's see how it grows.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the other speakers. Taken most of the good things that I wish to say. I just want to say my very first trip to Brisbane many years ago happened probably at a time when there was particularly hot and sweltery as Brisbane can be. And I can remember walking down the streets, and that would be nearly 40 years ago, thinking how lovely the street trees were that were providing the shade to me that day. Because when I was crossing the roads, I can remember thinking how hot it was, how incredibly hot it was for me coming out of probably a Tasmanian winter. And but it did also show the right tree in the right place, because I also fell over a tree root that had pushed up the footpath to further stick in my mind. So it is very much about putting the right trees in the right place, and as others have said, let's involve the schools, let's involve the community to make sure that they don't then damage those trees, because that's the biggest problem that I can see for this. The fact that we already plant 9,000 trees is to be commended, and of course we've already got work going on with the UTAS in regard to our urban forestry strategy, which I think is waiting to report in June. So I look forward to seeing that, but I think this is just a great step forward, and I can only commend it to everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Deputy, you wish to close?
Thanks to everyone who's spoken around the table. So wonderful to have this sense of positivity, unified positivity around something that we can do together, but also how we can learn from those that have great knowledge and area of expertise in this area, which I think can drive forward. And I love the idea of us having ownership, the community having ownership, and us acting as a facilitator to empower our community to achieve the goals well beyond what's contained within the MOU. Only then can we truly realise, I think, the benefits that can come from the whole municipality and indeed the CBD being truly green. And, you know, Councillor Dawkins, there's certainly no failure in wanting to ensure a city that is vibrant and thriving into the future. And so all of us can take part of that today if this gets supported, as I hope it will.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is all councillors present. That is carried. Thank you. I'll try and be brief now, because not that I'm never long, but time is running on. Just quickly to say that the exhibition was an absolutely amazing exhibition, and I trust a lot of you got to go and see it in the conference centre. It was well done, and so many great people, schools getting involved, and it was fantastic. Anzac Day, I just want to mention that because it's a very special part of our calendar, but also the large crowds, and it was really encouraging to see all the schools, all the young people that were involved as well again, because we've had a few years without that. Targa, so we've had a busy week of events, and just to mention that great to go to the welcome party for 30th year for Targa, but 480 cars involved, and despite the tragedy, they still continued because most of the cars now involved are the touring cars, 350 odd touring cars. And we're not just talking the driver and the person who's the navigator in the car, we're talking family that come along, we are talking support staff that come along for the cars. And so for most groups, they would have that 350 or the 480 people, groups that were here, we're talking at least 7 odd people per group that are here. So just got to work out the bed nights in Launceston, and it's not just for the 3 nights when they're here. Most of them come 2 or 3 days before to have a look around, and then on top of that, they also come a week or a month before to test the circuit out as well. So a lot of bed nights in our city, a lot of people doing great things in our city, so Targa has been important in that area for Launceston. Great to attend the International Workers' Memorial Day at Elizabeth Gardens. Probably a small attendance, but I think it's very important to be able to attend that, and it's great to see our council staff continue to look after that area well, and I know they've got dreams to do more, and they've got commitments from one end of the side of politics and obviously looking at the other side as well. Breath of Fresh Air is on, and I trust people have been able to go and enjoy that. And with the Deputy, I did attend the Jazz Day at the Boathouse. There's a bit of culture for me, so it was great to go along to jazz, to see something different in our city. And one thing that's not on here, I did go on Wednesday last night to the Candlelight Vigil, Remembrance of Family Violence Victims as well. Very special. Too many people, too many children, too many ladies, young and old, are affected by that, and it was really moving, but really to hear some stories and to be there and support the people in that was great on behalf of the city. So that's it from me. Council reports. Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Mayor. I attended Anzac Day and I was proud to see my granddaughter lay flowers on the memorial. Also went to the start of Targa, Tasmania on the 26th and helped a couple of cars that used my shed at nights. One guy needed a windscreen wiper, I took off one of my cars, and for helping them, I got some tea, which I passed some on to the Mayor, so that was very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Make a couple of notes. I had a general meeting for Launceston Airport yesterday, and I thought it would just be interesting to note that in March we had 90,000 people through the airport, which is about 70% of pre-pandemic. And April, I think we had about 120,000 through the airport, which is around almost equal to before pandemic, which shows there's a great appetite for people to want to fly into the north of the state. Certainly the events like Targa, the football and various other things, BOFA, have actually helped that, and I just guess it just shows the event activities that go on in and around the city actually are a great driver for people coming in and out of the city. So we as an airport have just been through our strategic planning session, and there's lots of exciting things going out at the airport, which I think if we work in sync with the Launceston City Council, we'll certainly end up with some great outcomes for this city going forward. Also, just like to announce that Lyle Stramby, who's the CEO and has been the CEO of Melbourne Airport and been on the board of Launceston Airport for a number of years, is stepping down from Melbourne Airport on the 30th of June. Will be replaced by Laurie Argus, who's an internal appointment out of there. So looking forward to, not looking forward to Lyle going, because he's done a fantastic job, and his sort of support of Launceston Airport has been unbelievable. And I'm hoping that Laurie will carry on that trait when she comes into place.
Thank you. Any other council reports on activities of council? Deputy Mayor?
Just briefly, would love to follow on from what Councillor Mackenzie said with regard to events. Of course, we know that they're not discretionary. They're a really important part of what we do and what we offer, and the supporting of BOFA, as you said, Mayor, has really, I think, added to a variety of different other organisations. There's lots of collaborations this year, working with the City of Gastronomy, working with the arts and cultural sector, working with food and wine providers, working in a variety of different spaces. So a really wonderful opening night at the university in the Stone Building. I don't think the Stone Building had seen so many people since the first day it opened as it did the other night with BOFA. It was just lovely. They had intended to use the Indigenous garden, and of course, because of the rain, couldn't do that, but it was just a wonderful partnership that they shared there. And also City Prom. Mayor, really great to hear that City Prom changes were approved, and we look forward to seeing that come to fruition.
Thank you. Any others reports? Questions without notice from councillors? No? We'll move on then. Notice of motion from Mr Harris.
Indeed, thank you, Mayor. Yes, so this is a notice...
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Got to have a second.
You got a second?
It is, as is correct,
As is, yes.
Yep. Seconder from Councillor Soward. Now you may speak.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Getting a bit excited. So yes, this is a motion which has been circulated about waiving the development fees for public art here in our city. This is because at the moment, under our current planning scheme, if you wish to put and it started with me with some street art, where a building owner wanted to put some street art on the wall, but was then told by council it'll cost you an $800 development fee because you could be advertising your building or your business, which did seem a little unfair to the building owner, so he chose not to go ahead with the street art. I then had a similar example put to me down in Kings Meadows, and so I thought it was time we looked at this particular issue. It is in fact an interim problem. It's just that at the moment we only have the development application process. We don't have any other process to assess someone's request to do street art. I have extended it beyond street art to include public art, but ultimately we will have something to replace our interim art in public space policy, which will probably be able to address this particular matter then. But in the meantime, I'd like to move a motion that we waive the fee for the development application. It will still require a street art or public art proposal to go past the Cultural Advisory Committee and for them to make an assessment of what is being proposed. They have been contacted, and everything that I've seen from that committee has supported us waiving the fee in this particular area. So it really is just a matter of we have an interim problem until we have a permanent solution. So I'd like to, what's the word I'm looking for? Commend this motion. Thank you very much, Councillor Walker. This motion to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Soward.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Very happy to second this, and I was a little bit scared when I heard Councillor Harris say that he's been involved in street art. I had visions of him with his back-to-front hat on and his spray can out, but I'm glad he went on and clarified that for me. I might have had to withdraw my support. Look, very, very sensible, in all seriousness, Mr Mayor, what this is asking. And I'm sure other councillors have been put in the similar position that Councillor Harris mentioned, of where someone wants to do something to their building and the fee makes that prohibitive. So it's articulated very well there. The officer's comments, I think, are significant. Very happy to be the seconder.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in regards to the fee that will be foregone if this was to be successful, it might be difficult to estimate, but I suppose in different situations you might, of course, through a DA process, normally have to make heritage considerations or environmental impacts or otherwise, which is obviously where the $800 fee partially goes to at present. So just wondering if there could be any sort of financial impact that could be assessed because of this
It certainly wouldn't be typical, certainly in my experience, that there is extensive studies that you're suggesting in terms of applications for public art, primarily murals and the like. So that rule of thumb is that $800-ish would be the opportunity cost, if you like, for council in terms of obviously our staff would still be completing the work and we're forgoing that revenue. But the motion wouldn't extend to if there was a need for a further piece of work to be done in terms of a study or that's not a DA fee. That would be a requirement. So that they would still need to fund that if there's a particular heritage or a particular other matter, contamination, whatever it might be that they need to address. So.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Look, just briefly, I think this is wonderful and I commend Councillor Walker for bringing it to the table. I disagree with the comment that suggests that sometimes the cost of the application will be greater than the cost of the artwork itself, but I understand the premise of where Councillor Walker's view comes from, and I think what this does is demonstrate our commitment, like with the greening strategy, to a city that is changing, a city that really values the arts and cultural strategy that we endorsed unanimously, and I think this will help, in the interim, bring it to life.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Mayor. And again, I endorse the concept of it, but again, once we do something like this, our ability to change it down the track becomes more problematic. So I'd like just to foreshadow a slight amendment to the motion with the movers thing until such time as our public art strategy has been endorsed by council, because they may come back with a different recommendation, so it actually has a finite time period. So I'd just like to, that's just purely my thing, so I'd just like to foreshadow an amended motion after this motion's been dealt with. No, actually, no, I'm going to say. No, I'd like to move an amended motion.
Yeah, you're moving that. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Walker is seconding that. Any discussion on that? Further discussion on the amendment? No? All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's lost.
Hang on, just lost. We just need to clarify so that we capture the amendment. So basically it was to add the conclusion to the existing.
Doesn't make
until our public art strategy has been endorsed by council.
Okay.
Until our public art strategy has been endorsed by council.
We're on hold. You're on hold.
So then the vote was done. So yes.
Yeah, that was moved and seconded and lost. So now we go back to the original motion.
Hang on, are we right?
Oh.
Just a sec.
Oh, sorry.
So Mackenzie moved and Walker.
Walker seconded.
And then it was lost.
Who voted for? There was 3, I think, was it? Councillor Mackenzie, Dakin and Walker.
Yeah, thank you.
And the rest were against. So now we go back to the original motion. Any further speakers? Question on that, Councillor Soward, or not?
Well, my question, thanks, Mr. Mayor. My question might be redundant. I was just going
that's good then.
I was just going to ask whether that Councillor Mackenzie's suggestion could be in some way combined in with what Councillor Harris said.
It is redundant. Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I too have some minor concern considering our fiscal position as a council about that. So I'm a little surprised that motion, which seemed reasonable enough, which would have accepted. I know we're not debating that anymore. Nonetheless, I will express my concerns that this is now a policy, or this would become a policy that would have to be reversed by a future council. Considering that we are entering into a time where we are endeavouring to encourage public art, we can't really use what has happened in the past as any accurate guide to what will happen in the future. So the amount of work may indeed increase if we're in the business of encouraging public art to flourish in Launceston. So I would certainly be interested if any other councillors have any ideas as to how we could put some kind of regulation a cap, a timeline, whatever it might be on this motion. I'm not saying I've got the solutions anymore after the failure of Councillor Mackenzie's amendment, but if there's any other suggestions, I'd be all ears. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, perhaps we should just clarify that fees are endorsed every year by council, which you'd be aware of, I'm sure of that. So next year it'll come up. But CEO, do you wish to comment?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, certainly to take that point further, obviously the opportunity is for every council every year to review its fees and charges. So if there's particular, if we're seeing particular trends, we can certainly make adjustments through that process and through that thinking that we do each year in terms of reviewing those.
So the new council will do that next year. So. Question from the Deputy.
Thanks, Mayor. And isn't it the case that when we seek to endorse the public arts strategy, there'll probably be some clear direction in that, and then at that time, when the next budget is formulated and the fee schedule is determined, you could potentially reference one against the other?
Is that a question?
Isn't that the case?
Yes. Because you have spoken. Correct. Councillor Spencer.
Just want to know what the income...
Councillor Spencer.
Yep, the income for the last 12 months would have been for the public art. What income we would have... How many were they and what sort of money was it?
Oh, I don't think we'd have that, but we could take... I don't think it's significant. No, it's pretty minor.
It's not.
No, probably none in the last 12 months. Councillor Dakin, did you speak or question? Speak, thank you. You may do that.
Thank you, Mayor. I suppose regardless of Councillor Mackenzie's failed amended motion, I'd just like to commend Councillor Harris. I think in regards to the cost or the lost revenue in the fees, the benefit will far outweigh that moving forward. So, well done.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Harris, do you wish to close?
Thank you. Yes, I just want to thank those who have supported it, and I do think that this will make a positive change to our city and encourage greater public art, including street art, and I do think that that will only add to the vibrancy of the city in the same way that we spoke about why trees are good for our city. So is, I believe, street art and public art in general. So I do commend this motion to you all for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand, and that is all councillors present. That is carried. We go on to 13.3. Councillor Walker moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Soward. Councillor Walker, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. In some ways, this motion is not just, I suppose, formalising or ratifying what Council have moved upon in the last couple of weeks, but nonetheless, it's an area in which we haven't previously had a policy. We certainly have, as the motion references, certain strategic documents that talk about councillors' priorities in terms of our responsibilities to our community, to provide for the health and safety and welfare of our community. But nonetheless, when it comes to this particular issue, it's something that we have worked internally on, and I certainly acknowledge that as a council. It's not something that council has recently visited. It's something that has been continuously worked upon by council officers over the years. But it is obviously something else, something that is becoming a more visible and an issue of more concern, not just to our community, but obviously to those people who are affected. Perhaps most importantly in this motion is the second part, which directs council to establish a committee, and a committee that will draft a homelessness action plan for Launceston. So I suppose in that sense it escalates our response and brings that onto a public platform where it's accountable and reportable to the council and to the community, and gives scope for council to develop some sophisticated responses that will go, the effects of which will go on beyond the immediate future. They'll go on for years. You know, one can hope that This might not be required permanently, but at the same time, it'll be required until we can, as a community, assure ourselves that, that we have found solutions. And as has been stated many times, homelessness, the causes are many. So there's no one answer to the situations that people are finding themselves in. And that's why this committee that can bring together, apart from government and council, those people who already do work in the area, who have got the expertise in the area, together to have that coordinated plan for Launceston into the future. It'll be a great thing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Soward.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy to second this. I do think, and I think Councillor Walker referenced this, I know you and the Deputy referenced the responses to item 8.1.1 on our agenda, public questions on notice in response to Kirsten Ritchie's questions at the last meeting. And I want to just acknowledge the work that Acting CEO Shane Eberhard and General Manager Dan Ryan did, bearing in mind we only met 2 weeks ago. And the response, the very detailed response, Mr Mayor, on page 11, 12 and 13 that talks about what's being undertaken and underway, and that obviously fits in very, very well with what Councillor Walker is capturing in his notice of motion. And obviously, I guess, Mr Mayor, this isn't a static thing. You know, Council doesn't just put their heads together every second Thursday. There was a workshop in between. There was obviously a significant amount of emails and consultation and work, and I know the Deputy and others had meetings with groups. So what's before us here, I think, is reflective of all of that. I'm very supportive, Mr Mayor, of the notice of motion, and thank Councillor Walker for his passion and advocacy in this area. A couple of things that I just wanted to add to what's there. I really like that idea of that more formalised committee, if we want to call it that. There's a word that jumps out to me, Mr Mayor, and I've said this many times. In the space where you're working with vulnerable people, the word collaboration is just absolutely critical. Collaboration between all who participate, all doing their bit, all working in synergy. Not a silos approach, not people going off on tangents, but having good governance wrapping around and supporting it. And I think that committee, Mr Mayor, will play a really key role in that. The only other thing that I wanted to add, I think there's significant detail in the answer to the questions on notice, but also in Councillor Walker's document that he's tabled and in his remarks. One of the things that happened, Mr Mayor, after our last meeting 2 weeks ago, and I'm sure other councillors had similar experiences, I know the media obviously highlighted it, a lot of people cared and care about this issue. There's no significance about that. A number of those people reached out to me, as I'm sure they did others, and they reached out, Mr Mayor, in what I call in good terms. They might have been frustrated or upset, but they were coming from a really good spot. And one of the common things they said, which is captured in the intent of what Councillor Walker's saying here and in the answers to the questions on notice, people know in our community that we own lots of stuff. We've got sports grounds and halls and different things we own. People said to me, because they care, and they were coming from that position, they said, why don't you just open them up and let everyone sleep in them? Why don't you do that? Well, quite clearly, as is articulated in the answers, and will come through the work that we're doing as part of this notice of motion, there are reasons why you don't just do that straight away without putting safeguards and things in train to support that. It's not just as simple as doing that, because if it was, we probably would have done it 20 years ago. It's not as simple as that. It's about supporting vulnerable people. It's about getting the right outcomes. It's about different groups all working in together. So I just wanted to put that on the record, Mr Mayor. People were contacting me coming from a really good caring place and probably out of a bit of frustration saying, why can't we just do it? Do it today. I saw it worked in Brisbane. I read on the internet it worked somewhere else. Well, that's fine. But those safeguards and those providers and the support needed. You know, we're dealing with really vulnerable people, Mr Mayor, and we heard, and I know we all heard, the stories just from the handful of people that were here. Not everyone who's homeless, but just the different circumstances, the domestic violence, the the medical issues, the social issues, all the stuff that goes with it. So we need to make sure that what we do is the best job we can do, and as I said, that's captured in the work that we've said we'd undertake, but I think will be also supported and captured in this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dawkins. Speak.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Walker for bringing the motion. It was a slightly complicated one because work was already in train. Then we had a council meeting where it was determined that we needed to act quickly, and act quickly, council clearly did. So this one's kind of a little bit around the wrong way, but it really doesn't make any difference in the end because the intent is clear. If anybody wants some confronting stats, just go to Shelter Tas, and those stats are changing all the time and getting worse every day. I think that's pretty clear. So right now, we've got 120,000 Tasmanians living below the poverty line, and that's on low or zero income. There are people in this state who live on zero income because they do not have capacity to be able to link in with the services that might be able to provide even the smallest of incomes to get by in a week or a fortnight. We've got 2% of rentals that are affordable to low-income earners. That's in Tassie. That's not a lot. 31 requests at least a day for assistance go unanswered because there simply is not capacity in the social services sector to be able to answer those cries for help. 55% of the people who are homeless are women. That comes as no surprise to anybody that it's more women than men who are affected because we've talked about before the structural inequalities in our system, which mean that in situations of intimate partner and family violence, the men often stay and the women, children and animals go. And that's why that number is the way that it is. We know it's easier to buy your fourth house or fifth house than it is your first. And a lot of people with millennial children are very concerned about how they're going to move into the property market. We expect that if we allow, or as the state government did, it passed over its housing portfolio into the social services sector, so they're able to leverage that to build more houses. Well, that hasn't really materialised. And we expect there to be this trickle-down kind of sense through building. So, through the planning authority, we approve houses every week. Obviously, so many more are approved through the permitted pathway that we never see. But does that trickle down to people who are on low or zero incomes? It really doesn't. And nobody knows why. You can read every bit of literature about homelessness. You can read it all. You can sit as a panel and read it. You can disentangle it and try and thrash it out and understand it. And still you can't come up with a definitive reason of why people become homeless. And there's not a lot here for council. We don't have the capacity to do that either. We can't solve these problems. But what we're also not doing is accepting them. So some people I noted when it was discussed after the last council meeting, they're saying, well, you're going to provide bathroom facilities, you're going to provide showers. Does that mean you accept that these people are homeless? Well, right now we accept that they need these things because that's what the community have said they need. Does that mean we accept homelessness? No, of course not, but we absolutely cannot solve it, and we certainly can't solve it in little old Launceston. But what we can do is what we are doing, and that's a provision of dignity that we've been hearing people talk about lately. So we can provide that dignity, we can let people tell us what they want. I really want to restate my claim for 24-hour sanitary products. I know it's been difficult, but I just think, considering the conversation over the last couple of weeks, we need to be able to provide those kind of provisions of dignity for women who are homeless. And so the Homelessness Action Plan, there's a couple of things it needs to have. The information needs to be accessible. The team need to be supported. The entire council team needs to know what that Homelessness Action Plan means, and the committee that provides it, what they do and how to access them. We need to make sure that the police and service providers understand what we're prepared to do. I think we need MOUs with them, that we make sure, that we keep them up to date and make sure that they're working. Not just put them in place, but check in, get feedback. Are we doing what we said we'd do? And we do need to utilise the land that we own. We need to if we can't do it ourselves, if we can't build affordable housing, we need to make sure that any land that we've got capacity to ensure that is available for, whether it's a multitude, what was the phrase that was used in the last meeting about the boarding facilities? Doesn't matter. Anyway, whatever it is, we need to make sure we capitalise on the land that we've got now and provide it, if and when appropriate, to be able to ensure that less people are homeless, because I can grant you now that if there's 120,000 Tasmanians are living below the poverty line, with the increase in interest rates and increase in inflation, it's definitely only going to get worse.
Excuse me, I'm just going to say your time's up, but well done. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for bringing this motion, and thank you to the staff who've put some things into such a quick response already. Most of what I've said has been perhaps summarised by some of the other speakers, but the one thing that is interesting is the average number of people per household has declined by more than one full person in the last 50 years. So where before there was over 3, now there's just under 2 people per household, and yet we live in houses that generally have more bedrooms. So the problem is not that we don't have enough bedrooms, the problem is we don't have enough will to actually perhaps allow people to live in those rooms. And that was where you were going out. Perhaps we should start a lodger, taking a lodger process within Launceston. Because interestingly, during the pandemic, when the incomes were doubled, the hotels were emptied, and the state government was putting money to put homeless people into hotels for their safety and for the safety of the community, the service providers had no work to do. They simply had zero homelessness. So it is not an impossible problem to solve. We simply have to say we need more housing options, and those housing options could in fact be, in the very, very short term, to the good-hearted person who said, I want to do more, offer an unused bedroom to someone who is perhaps renting at the moment, and they move out of that rental property into your unused bedroom as a lodger, allows that rental property to be picked up by someone else further down the food chain, if you like. If 250 people in Launceston did that, we would probably eliminate the homelessness in Launceston. Something to consider. However, what we've got, the idea of having the committee is a great idea, because we do need to look at the medium term and the long term solutions of what we can do. And we need to be understanding of where the housing, industry is heading in other parts in the world, such as mini houses. How does our planning scheme allow people to build mini houses? At the moment, they seem to have to be built on trailer forms to allow them to be portable. And so it may stop someone who doesn't have a driveway up to access their rear yard from building a mini house. That may in fact be a very suitable place for them to live there. And perhaps having granny in the backyard may well become more the norm rather than moving out. So these are all things that I think our new committee would need to consider. So it will be an ongoing requirement to keep homelessness under the spotlight, but also we will never solve it, because there will always be some people who will remain homeless I won't say by choice, but it really is, at the end of the day, their lifestyle is simply one that does not allow them to live with others. But thank you very much, Councillor Walker, for bringing this motion to the table, and to our staff, Shane and Dan, for the work that they've done so quickly. I do have just one question that someone may wish to ask, and that is, I am a little concerned about the provision of showering. Who is going to clean the showers? It's different to cleaning a toilet. A toilet you can probably clean on a daily basis or even twice daily, but after having a shower, are we expecting people to perhaps clean that, or whether they'd go once a day or otherwise? Thank you.
Thank you. Shane, do you wish to answer that?
Of course, we already have public showers, places like the Gorge, and all the showers and the toilets are all serviced twice daily by City of Launceston.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Walker for persisting with this motion, because what it does is reinforces the great work that we as a council committed to do in such a quick, nimble way, committed to exploring actions to play our role in the complex issue that is homelessness. And you've heard me mention the range of short-term solutions that Council have investigated and will see rolled out. The City of Launceston is already seeking to formalise the existing Homelessness Response Committee, which will continue with the right stakeholders to be a really great advocate for the issue and for providing data and services I hope not only to each other of the services, but indeed to the Minister as well, Mayor. So I think what Councillor Walker's motion does is underlines the importance of all the things that we've already done by adding his voice and his willingness to see all of those things that we've committed to and will commit to tied up in an action plan. And that's to be commended, because what Councillor Walker has done is he's seen the way that our staff have responded so incredibly well over the last 2 weeks, to be able to do some quick wins, to be able to look at the governance needed with regard to that committee. And it ties all of that up in something that's a little more tangible in terms of an action plan. So well done, and thanks, Councillor Walker, for continuing to advocate in this space as you have well before the speakers we had at last week's meeting. But importantly, I guess just taking it one step further with the action plan. Great work.
Thank you. Councillor Dakin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is not a council issue. It's really not. And I've spoken to a lot of people and they say, well, why are my rates going towards this? But I can say I'm so glad that we as a council can provide these much needed facilities. Proud's not the right word, but I am glad that we can stand here and say, you know what, we're Launceston, we look after our own. So I do support it, absolutely. This is a temporary emergency response, and we know it's going to take some professional and sensitive management from Dan and the team, so I wish you all the best with that, and hopefully together we can put pressure on the state government ultimately and really step up. So as I said, I'm really glad that we can do this, and let's hope that it's not for too long.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Spencer.
Yes, I will be supporting this. There's a job I went to the other day. Apparently the federal government's given out $45,000 to change your back workshops or garages into accommodation. So that is probably something people can actually look at. I just found out the other day about, and I was surprised. So
It's 10.
Good.
10 grand.
10, is it? No, I think it's 45. What this guy told me.
I'm definitely doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, councillors. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Walker, wish to close?
Thank you, Mayor. I do, and thank you for the comments around the table. The world is changing. I suppose, Tasmania is changing. We're possibly in, a mild state of shock in some ways when it comes to the pressures that have come onto our state and our town, our city. We've all seen it coming. Have we always responded? Perhaps not. It's easy to think that things will resolve themselves as they have in the past. But I think this time around, the world has shifted in a way, whether it's, as Councillor Harris says, people's living arrangements have changed, whether it comes to the economy, the availability of resources, of land, all sorts of things that are conspiring to create this situation. And people want to help. As other councillors have said, people are reaching out, trying to come up with ideas, wanting to see our council respond. And of course, this is happening around our nation. It's happening around the world, but specifically, if we want to relate to it, it's happening around our nation. And I will point out one council that seemed to have gone through quite a similar experience to ourselves, but only over 12 months ago now, is Fremantle in Western Australia. And to see their response, and you can look at it, and I encourage people to do so online on their website, and that they have developed their own action plan around that. And what that did, it brought in businesses and other community groups, other individuals who can help, and so a lot of these suggestions that are around the table are things that can be encapsulated in an action plan. It might be that it's a program where we encourage people to consider renting out a room in their house. It might be a business who can offer to donate a resource or a service that isn't currently provided, but we need that framework in which to do that. That's what the Homelessness Action Plan will provide. And that is our council providing that leadership. And I want our city to have the best response possible in this country when it comes to that, to leave no stone unturned, to create that opportunity where people can come forward and make suggestions, make offers, whether it's financial or otherwise. We have service groups already who do this on a daily basis. And we have officers who have worked in this space consistently with those groups, with the government, but now it is the time to be seen to be doing that. Not just to be doing it, which is great, but to be seen to be doing that. That's what the community are calling out for. So by all means, yeah, take in a lodger, take your own actions, but also realise that as a city, together, we
Thank you,
can.
Councillor Walker. Your time is up. Thank you. You don't get extension for closing.
That's right.
I put the motion. Those in favour? That's all councillors present. That is. We do move on to 14.1, Cultural Advisory Committee meeting. Somebody happy to move that? Deputy Mayor. Second to Councillor Harris. Wish to speak to it, Deputy? Councillor Harris? Any councillor wish to speak to it? I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is all councillors present. That is carried. 16.1, lease of the Tasmanian Dog Training Club. Move Councillor Mackenzie. Sorry?
It's 15.1. Motion is street now.
Oh, good on you. I'll do that first. 15.2. One, is it? It's got two on here. That's why I missed it. I don't know why. I haven't got it on mine. That's why I missed it. It's not on my agenda. Yeah, so there you go. 15.1. How about that? So remind me, what is it? Oh, street name. Yeah, cool. So it's moved by Councillor Mackenzie, was it? And seconded by Councillor Soward. Wish to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie? Councillor Soward?
Only to add, I always find this very interesting, Mr Mayor, with an excellent explanation provided on page 69 for the reasons. Thank you.
Any other councillors wish to speak? I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is all councillors present. That is carried. Now, 17.1. What am I doing? That was 15.1.
16.
Oh, God. Where are we at now? 16.1 now.
Just noting a slightly amended title.
Yeah, they've got an amendment one. So you're moving that amended one. Councillor Mackenzie moved, seconded. Councillor Harris? Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie? No. Councillor Harris? Any other councillor wish to speak to it? I'll put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is all councillors present. Now, am I right on track? If I 17.1, Local Government Board Review. Move Councillor Mackenzie, second to Councillor Harris. Just to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie.
I do.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there seem to be a lot of people who have already spoken in the public about it, so it might be a good opportunity for us to now speak about it. Look, I endorse the paper that's been put forward and note that it's not the answer, it's actually putting forward the issues associated with what's going on. And interestingly, there have been a number have come out in negative press regarding what we've actually done. But I hark back to a conversation that went on probably 4 years ago when West Tamar Council decided to have a conversation with Georgetown Council about whether they should amalgamate. And I don't think they actually asked us what we thought of that at the point in time. They just went ahead and did it. So this is just, I guess, us responding on behalf of the ratepayers of Launceston and pointing out the issues associated with us as a city and the things that we actually do as a city and actually support for the region and the inequities that actually happen. And I actually went back, and if anybody wants to go to hughmackenzie.com, you'll actually find I actually wrote a paper about amalgamations and boundary adjustments 4 years ago prior to the last council election, which actually is very much in sync with what's going on in relation to this. I think the paper points out the issues associated with the city and the city boundaries as they exist. I think I've actually said in a number of cases, we look at Hobart and we say, why are we any different to Hobart? But Hobart has 3 cities around it. It has Kingborough, it has Glenorchy, and it has Clarence. And a lot of the facilities for the region are actually housed in different cities within that group. So therefore there is a much more level playing field in regards to the facilities that are supported by each of those city boundaries. Whereas we actually, I won't say all because somebody come back and say, but we do this, but we supply the majority of the regional facilities in the city. I think the paper articulates the costs associated with what we do in relation to that and the fact that we do things. And even today, I was thinking about the pump track being put in Prospect. I wonder who's going to benefit from that. If we actually put one in Prospect, it's actually going to go across the boundaries into Meander and others that will enjoy it. Have no problem with that, other than the recognition of that. As I said in my paper, you know, we'll get people stand up, oh, but we'll have to pay more rates. And I'd say, yes, because you should. Because at the moment, the ratepayers of Launceston are actually subsidising the ratepayers of other districts. So all we're doing is painting out the bleeding obvious, in my view, in regards to what we're doing, and I think we're putting it forward as part of a submission to a broader conversation that needs to go on within the community, and I don't think we would be doing our ratepayers a service if we didn't actually point out the issues that have been pointed out in that paper. So I fully endorse the paper as written and very happy for that to be put forward to the local government whatever it is, review board, to have a look at the concepts that are in there, and that'll be part of a broader conversation. I'm very happy for all other councils to put forward their submissions in regards to what they see in relation to the local issues that actually impact upon them. So I endorse this paper fully.
Thank you. Councillor Harris. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mackenzie, for your words. In politics, it's not about doing something that is right or wrong, it's all about doing what is possible. And if you want to think back to 1982, the government of the day did what was possible and amalgamated the Lilydale and St Leonard's Council with the Launceston Council, but chose not to do anything about Riverside or Prospect because that was simply too hard. Perhaps if they'd been braver back then, we wouldn't be having people saying what they are at the moment. However, as Councillor Mackenzie has said, our submission is simply a statement of the facts as we see it as a city. There is no word, no mention of amalgamation in there. People have simply extrapolated that as what must happen if you move Prospect and Riverside into the Launceston area. Or indeed, if you move our airport into the Launceston Council area or our port at Bell Bay into the Launceston Council area, then surely that means the end of those particular councils. Interestingly, in Tasmania, at Burnie, the airport's in Wynyard, the port's in Burnie. In Hobart, the port's in Hobart, but the airport's certainly not. I'm not sure if it's Clarence or Sorrel that sits out there, but it isn't necessary for us to have an airport in it, but it is probably desirable if you were going to sit and have a long-term review of where the local government sector in this state goes. And that's what this review is for. It is about a long-term review. Some councils in Tasmania provide childcare services. We don't in Launceston. Some of them provide retirement units for the elderly, mountain bike trails and their ongoing maintenance, and even medical centres and doctors. We don't in Launceston, but maybe we could or should. But this is what a review will form up. However, we do provide regional facilities, as Councillor Mackenzie said, the Aquatic Centre, the Albert Hall, the Princess Theatre, the QV Mag, the netball, cricket, basketball and even Riverbend Park are all used by people who do not live in the Launceston municipality, and they do so generally at no greater cost than those who do pay for it. So these are the inequities that the state government has to work out, and that may well mean that they have to give what will come, if they choose to create city councils in the metropolitan areas and the boundaries are drawn, and wherever you draw a line, there's going to be someone on just the other side who's going to say, I'm disadvantaged. But the state government then have to say, well, how can my rural council survive under all this? And that is where they need the wisdom of Solomon to determine how best to provide services at a local government level where you have generally a lower number of ratepayers, lots of infrastructure, whether it be roads, bridges, etc. Because those are the challenges that face a local rural council, different to the same challenges that we have in our cities. But that's what this review is for. So I encourage Councillor Mackenzie to perhaps print out his hughmackenzie.com analysis and submit it as his personal contribution to the local government review. And in fact, I encourage any other councillors around this table, because while we may all agree with this, the answers we have are probably 12 different answers. And we should be all putting those forward to the local government review for them to consider. And in fact, as should anyone else standing out there who's listening still, if they're hanging in that long, in the local community, they should all make their own representations of how they feel that local government should be looking in the future, because it is about the future and not about the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Soward.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I thank and endorse the remarks of the previous speakers. Just to add my contribution, which won't be a repeat of theirs, I always find it really interesting with the excitement that this type of thing creates. When you read the introduction and the introductory remarks in the background to what we've done, it says there in the second paragraph, the local government board have been completing community engagement, and it talks about councils across the state being invited to share their view. And that's exactly what we've done. But what's happened the minute we've shared our view, others out there, other councils have gone, no, that's not right. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, like, that's our view. So how can it not be right? It's based on how we see our city and how we see things operating, the costs we bear, the things that we contribute to. So I got a little bit disappointed. I was reached out to, as I'm sure others were, from people from other councils telling us we were way off the mark, which, again, I was disappointed to hear, because this is our view as to how we see things affecting us, Mr Mayor. Like everyone in the room, and I'm sure out in local government world, I have my views about what should happen. But critically today, we're being asked to endorse our submission and lodge with the board for consideration. And I'm very comfortable in saying that I support what's there. I support what's there. One of the things that I've always found really interesting when the word amalgamation or any of those discussions are raised, Mr Mayor, is that people sort of tend to go into, you know, circling the wagons and forgetting that in terms of our physical size as a state, we're a very small state physical size-wise. So for someone to tell me that all of a sudden if an amalgamation occurs and other councils join ours or whatever, that they're going to be forgotten, you know, is a nonsense. And it's a nonsense that gets peddled. I mean, if we're really critically honest at the moment, I get ratepayers from Youngtown who write to me and say, oh, you've forgotten all about us, all the money goes to Invermay. Or people in Invermay write to me and go, all the money goes out to Youngtown. You know, perception's a really interesting thing, isn't it? But one of the great things is, physically speaking, we're a fairly small state. Physically speaking, we're a fairly small area for people to travel around in. We're not talking about massive councils in WA or, you know, there's a federal election on. The massive size of some of these electorates and areas, municipal areas in parts of Queensland. We're not talking about that. What we've got here, Mr Mayor, in front of us is a very, very well-considered paper, and it's our view. And we're entitled to our view. It's an evidence-based view. It's not just something that we've plucked from the sky. Many of these issues are things that have been flagged before I got onto council. I'm sure, you know, for 20 years, post-amalgamation that Councillor Harris talked about. I won't go on about it other than to say I'm very, very supportive of what's there. The only other thing that I'd mention, which again, you know, evidence-based, some years ago, Mr Mayor, and you, I'm sure you and other councillors would remember, when we spent a significant amount of money on Churchill Park because of the massive growth in junior soccer. You know, the involvement and the engagement was just terrific, and still is, I might add. We actually had to spend a significant amount of money upgrading that area, making more provision for all the wonderful people engaging with what we were doing. But at that time, when Councillor Mackenzie and I sat on the Heritage Forest Committee, critically at that time, when I looked at that particular season, over 60% of the teams who were playing soccer there weren't from Launceston. That's a great thing. I thought it was great that people were driving in from Scottsdale and Deloraine and all parts of the Meander Valley, West Tamar. Fantastic. It's a great facility. But most of the participants weren't from here. Our ratepayers are paying for it. No one would begrudge building a beautiful facility like that that engages young people. And I know many in this room have got children that play there. So this is about something that's a bit more sensible with sharing the load. And in conclusion, I remember having a debate, a fairly fierce one at the time, with a member of the West Tamar Council when I was advocating for some better support from other councils for our aquatic centre. he rang me up and said, Rob, people from Launceston come to Riverside and swim in our pool. And I said, but I bet a lot more come from Riverside and Lagana and swim in ours, because it's a great centre.
Thank you. Your time's up. Do you need an
Thank you.
extension? No, thank
Perfectly
you.
timed.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. And yes, I too would like to suggest that there has been a lot of unwanted negative publicity pertaining to our submission in the media in the last week. And mainly I think it's because people have misunderstood that this review, and importantly this submission, is about lines on maps. And it's not about that. It's about responding to a request that seeks to interrogate what form and function can ensure a robust system of government that best serves the interests of Tasmanians into the future. And unfortunately, our submission, our draft submission that we've all had the opportunity at a workshop to feed into after having received it 2 or 3 weeks prior, raises issues, interrogates data, and puts forward questions and propositions that surely you would expect a council of our size to put forward. Because indeed, if we're not putting it forward, who is going to? Conversations about local government reform, of course, have been going on for years and years. And here is a process that allows us to put forward some data, some perspective, in a different way than we did in 1998. Look at this sticker I found. Fair go, Launceston Airport belongs in Launceston. There was a banner hanging on the annex of the town hall. We're not about that. We're about responding in a way that asks us to put forward data and asks us to put forward a perspective. And one would hope that other councils have put forward their perspective. Perhaps Glenorchy, perhaps Huon, perhaps West Hamer, perhaps Meander Valley have put forward a perspective that's different to ours. But as the largest council in Tasmania, we're entitled to a perspective. It doesn't suggest any specific proposals for amalgamation in the report. It suggests a model for the board to consider that could provide results in line with what the scope of the review is. For after all, the state government has engaged in this process at arm's length to ensure that a process that is robust and some deliverables that can be arrived at are undertaken. So I'm disappointed that it's been turned into an amalgamation conversation. I'm disappointed that people have been affronted and upset without perhaps reading the report. I'm disappointed, Mayor, that people perhaps don't understand some of the data and its perspective in the report. But I understand. We're all human and we care passionately about the communities that we advocate and represent. And that is to be commended. But I wish to say that here is an opportunity for us to feed into a process, and I'm sure other councils are doing a similar thing, so that the Board of Review can come forward with some deliverables, hopefully that the state government can enact to ensure that this very important level of government is delivered in a robust and meaningful way and sustainable way into the future.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd rise to not support or not endorse the contents of this submission. And I shall go through that, I suppose. Well, look, I fully accept that the data in the submission is valid, and I also accept the argument that Launceston is within its rights to ask for these things to be considered, and I also accept that we're not necessarily talking about amalgamations. We are talking about potential border shifts, boundary alterations. But it's completely understandable that that can be perceived as a threat by our neighbouring councils, because and we have named certain areas that we would, potentially like to see involved in Launceston Council. But of course, that will be perceived as a threat because there is, there's significant they're significant features of those councils sometimes. We have to look at, what are our motivations? We're talking about this idea that somehow people outside our council area use our aquatic centre, for example. Now, why did we build an aquatic centre that we are now saying is exorbitant in costs, and then somehow turn around and say it's because people outside in our municipal area use it, that's why it's somehow is costing us money. It was going to cost us money even if we put a walled gate around our municipality. It would still be costing us the same amount of money. In fact, if people do come and use it from outside, they will pay to use it. I find it difficult, this argument that somehow we're providing services, but that we somehow shouldn't have to provide them. This is part of our role, and this is what I said during this, consideration of this at the time. This is part of our role as a significant council in the north, is to provide some services that other councils could not afford to provide. Now, that's just the way it is. Everyone's motivations would be different. If it was up to me, I would probably look at more environmental factors. I would look at river catchments and talk about why that is a sensible way to delineate between municipal areas. Someone else might look at the financial costs of providing these things, and that's understandable. Other people would just look at the geographic nature of the shapes. It would go on, and we've had this discussion in Tasmania for generations, and we will continue to for generations. But I do not think that this is a political issue at the end of the day, and this idea of having a tribunal-type method of resolving it, which I think when it comes to other issues that they will be considering, including planning, and the notion that you would take planning off local council as part of those considerations, is of great concern. And it should be a great concern to every Tasmanian that these are the types of things that are actually being considered in this process, not just whether Launceston provides extra services for some people who live and work around Launceston, who probably contribute in other ways by shopping in Launceston. It's not just a one-way street. So I don't support the idea, and I don't endorse the idea that this is the way to go about reallocating resources, potentially changing borders, or indeed amalgamations, even though I accept that's not explicitly mentioned here. I think that it's understandable and justifiable that other councils would think that that may be, the ultimate motivation behind it. It's something that I think needs to be approached positively. We do have good relations with our neighbours, and I do think it's something that we need to nurture. We need to have those discussions and say, look, we provide this, how about you provide that? It might be that we say, I know resource sharing is not always easy between councils. It doesn't always make particular sort of economics. It might make rational sense, but it doesn't always make economic sense. It doesn't always achieve the goals that are required. But I'll say another thing. Amalgamations don't achieve those results either. Amalgamations across Australia, when they've happened, have consistently shown, and there are probably...
Excuse me, your time's up, and we're not talking about amalgamation, so I think you shouldn't get on with that. Do you need an extension, though?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Okay, move Councillor Spencer and second to Councillor Soward. All those in favour? That's 4 hands. Is there enough? 5, 6, yeah. You just got there.
Just got there. These people who are commenting on it, it's, it's...
Or just do those against. Against the extension. That was 3 against, the rest are for.
Okay, but these people who are commenting on it, they are mayors from around our community. It's not as simple as to say that they're being negative and it's unwanted commentary or that it's misunderstood. I think they're justified. They're justified, and it's we can all see both sides of the argument. We're not silly. But at the same time, this is a political process that's going on for various reasons. It's always been a political process. Maybe not when a council goes broke and it needs to, be absorbed by another council. That's a matter of course. But when it comes to You know, we've got a state government who are saying we don't want to force amalgamations, but here we go, we're going to find a process by which we can at least talk about rationalisation of the industry. That's what's going on. Now, that may be a good thing. It may be a great thing. But I actually don't support it on the basis of us, you know, putting our list of demands and another council putting their list of demands. I support it by a proactive, positive interaction with our neighbours. And I know we already do that, and we already have that, and long may it continue. And from there, it will become apparent if these you know, ideas of joining together or changing boundaries, you know, will come to the fore in that process. And if they don't come to the fore, it's not the end of the world. And I suppose I'll leave it at that. But it does get me worked up, because I feel as though there's a deeper conversation here, and we can skirt around the edges and just talk about efficiency gains and things like that. But there are many, many different things that could motivate you to want to change the way things are now. And the reality is, people will get upset and they will get offended. And we would get offended if someone was to say, well, we'll have a slice of, how about the gorge? Our border goes right up there anyway. We'll take half, thanks. You know, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm a ratepayer in Northern Midlands, and I believe in a fair go. For us to think about taking the airport's totally wrong. You've got to be fair about this. I'm here to look after the ratepayers of Launceston, but I believe in a fair deal. Yes, it's not fair that we've got the swimming pool QV mag. It's costing us $7 or $8 million a year. This is where we're going to jump on the state government to say, how come you've got a museum in Hobart and you pay for it? Why are we paying for ours up here? That's what we've got to say. This is not fair the way we're going about it. We've got the swimming pool. I've suggested outside people pay to go to the swimming pool. But we go to Cressy, Campbelltown, Georgetown or Scottsdale, we don't pay. So it's not fair, is it? So, but we do spend money when we go there. Like people that come to Launceston to go to the swimming pool, QV mag, they spend money. It supports the centre town, so it's good. I don't think the council can take the cream without taking the large expenses like Northern Midlands have got. Northern Midlands have got 8 football grounds: Ross, Campbelltown, Voca, Perth, Evandale, Cressy, Longford, Rossarden. They're all football grounds. We've probably got 6. They've got 14 cemeteries. I think we've got 2. They've got 14 cemeteries. And then you look at a draft I've got here that was done by KPMG for the Department of Premier and Cabinet. Now, it's got all the urban sealed roads: Launceston 373, Northern Midlands 410, rural sealed roads, Launceston 163, Northern Midlands 465, total sealed roads, Launceston 537, Northern Midlands 575. Then we've got rural unsealed roads, Launceston 202, Northern Midlands 385. Total roads, Launceston's got 739, Northern Midlands over 900. Bridges, Northern Midlands, square metres 10,080, Launceston 6,560. Something's not right when you've got Northern Midlands with all these expenses, and we're willing to take 36% of their income from the airport. That's what they get, 36%. It's unsustainable for them to survive. You keep on going. Bridges, concrete bridges, square metres 6,500. I've mentioned that. 10,080. Northern Midlands, and timber bridges are the same, 244, Launceston 72. So this is what we've got to look at. It's just not fair. State government are probably not going to jump at this. They've already stated they don't want forced amalgamations. I believe in amalgamations. Some of these little councils should join up. We've got 29. We probably need to get it down to 20. There's 3 up here that could join up very easily. But it's going to be a suicide to any government that enforces this. And technically, I've got indication here, Perth rates, for example, average rates at Perth is $1,200. Average rates. Cheap. They get $4 million income from the airport, Western Junction and the airport, and there's extra development plans with another $1.8 million. It's a great asset for Northern Midlands. I cannot support it, understanding these blokes cannot survive without that airport. We should not go anywhere near it, because what I've just said, with all the roads they've got, the bridges they've got, we can't go near it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dakin.
All the information's there if anyone wants to see.
Yeah, you've had your turn. Councillor Dakin.
Thank you, Matt. Seems this conversation might have gone a little bit off track, so I may as well continue it. The Deputy was saying that he's disappointed that the report has been more focused on talking about amalgamations. Well, I suppose at the end of the day, that's the main crux of the story, and I think who's going to lead that conversation other than ourselves, because none of the other councils aren't. They're only providing feedback on our detailed report. I know Councillor Spencer said it's suicide for any government. I reckon it's suicide for any government if they don't. We're the most over-governed state in Australia. We're the smallest state. Just got to remember that the most, and I think the number's nearly triple. I will find out with the Examiner. I look at this simply, the pub test. 29 councils, a population of 540,000. 29 mayors, 29 GMs, 400 plus councillors. Geelong City Council, one council, just under 300,000 people. No airport. They don't have 3 airports. You get the gist. So I see, again, the pub test, I haven't had a beer or wine or a coffee or a glass of water with anyone in the last 4 years in a certain hotel in Launceston that is not for amalgamations. I spoke to a fair few West Tamar and Northern Midlands and a few other councils over the last couple of days, giving me a bit an earful, which I expected. So this is not about those 29 mayors or us as councillors or the GM, sorry, or the CEOs. This is about the Tasmanian people and providing them with a stronger future and being more efficient. So I think the report is excellent. I obviously stand by it, and I hope that one day we have some common sense moving forward regarding our councils. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Priest.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended in early April the Future of Local Government Review Engagement session. I was the only councillor there from the City of Launceston. I got clapped when I walked in. It was quite embarrassing. I was disappointed that there was nobody else there from our council to speak on our behalf, being a new councillor. It was interesting to hear from the other councils what their issues were. It would have been great to have had our voice at the table. The report is a report. It is putting forward the view of our council. I appreciate that when we talk about a pub test, it can be very divided. I went to a hemp event recently. It seemed that a lot of the people coming into the state were talking about the fact that we are overgoverned, and it is hard to justify to people, other than say we live in a great state. It's a fantastic place. Come here, even if you think we're overgoverned. I think we can put our ideas forward. I think that we need to leave this to the state government and they need to make the decision. After listening to the talk about our issues with homeless people, our motion that was moved today, people have chosen to live out of town or out of the city of Launceston because it is cheaper, and I think that would include a lot of single women that might be disadvantaged through their circumstances and struggling to make ends meet. I think that by not having a good conversation about this, we could really disadvantage those women that may be on the knife edge of becoming homeless because they are having to pay more expensive rates because they have to come and along board with Launceston and support our facilities. So I can look at this as a great report, but I can't support it because I would like to have a big conversation. I know that this goes to the conversation, but I just wish that it had have come to that forum and we could have had the conversation there with the other councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Deputy, if you'd have the floor for a minute or two, maybe a minute. I just want to say I'm absolutely amazed. There are people around this table that obviously haven't read the report. The report doesn't mention amalgamation, doesn't mention taking over this and taking over that. Not at all. It's not even in there. I don't know, or not the report that I've got, sorry, unless you've got a different report to me. What the report is talking about is really how we operate as a council, the things that we do as a council, and I think the Deputy summed it up, so I'm not going to go through all what the Deputy said. He did a good job with that. And it's putting our point of view. I know from the time that it's been out in the media, I've had many people from our community, the ratepayers of our city, who are paying through the nose for some of these things, saying, fantastic, good on you. I'm supporting our ratepayers, not those in other municipalities. I want to support the ratepayers of this city. I was elected by these ratepayers, quite a large number of them, and I want to support them because they are the ones that are suffering. They are the ones that need the support. And yes, it is a state issue. But they've asked us for our opinion. That's what we're doing. We're giving our opinion. They've asked the other councils for their opinion. Now, if another council gives a different opinion, that's good. Let them do that. I'm not going to come out and knock their opinion. They should have just said that, the other mayors and us should just say that is Launceston's opinion. We disagree. If we can't have a community where we can have disagreements and then still get on together, there is something wrong. I've still got good friends in other places around here, just because we make a different decision and disagree. I think we need to grow up a little bit, be mature, look at the facts, what's around the table. We've put in our case. Let's allow now a board, independent from all of us. They'll take all these submissions, how it should be. They'll report to the government. I won't be reporting to the government. Other mayors won't be reporting to the government, unless they're on that board, which I don't think they are. They might want to be. But it's about keeping it independent, keeping emotion out of it, not reading conclusions that are not even in the report. Unbelievable how we can come to some of these conclusions around this table. It's got nothing to do with this report. Absolutely. I don't know where they get it from, who they've been talking to, but you should read the report in detail and talk about the report, which we haven't been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, Councillor Mackenzie, you wish to close. Sorry.
Mayor, I think you said it all. This is our report for the ratepayers of Launceston to put our process forward, and I endorse it.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? That's 3 against. The rest are for. The motion. Thank you. We'll close the meeting.